Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 11 of 16 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French resistance campaign. And I hope you are all doing well. It's good to see you all. Hello, lurkers. Yes, Coldrake, I am wearing a bow tie for a reason. There's a reason why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it for no reason. It's for a surprise, a secret surprise that I'm sure our players are all nervous about. But not all of my surprises are bad. Some of my surprises are good, or at least interesting. Welcome into this game. This is a game where our heroes are playing bold and brave French resistance members. And if you would like to support us, the best thing you can do is be here and watch, either here live or on the VOD or on YouTube. And hello to all the YouTubers who are watching us. You can also follow if you would like and subscribe. You can follow our cast, who will be introducing themselves in a moment. If you like, you can tip, or what the other word that you use, bit. You can tip bits, or yeah. Yes, you can. Bits. You can tip or bit, and if you do, we will read out your message at the intermission and at the end of the show. You can also join the Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and that goes to support this cast because they do amazing work, and I want them compensated. Also, amazing work to our composer, Lizard Eats Flies, and our graphic designer, Frithiel. So all of them have done such great work, and also continuing to do so. So that's this. I think what we'll just jump right into is the other thing you can do to support, which we will officially do right now, is that you can use your channel points, which we call extra credit, to support our crew. And sometimes they need that support. Sometimes they need it quite a lot. So you can use those as a form to give them fate points, because I don't give them enough fate points, and they might just need extra. And we have, at the moment, we're going to go over to our map screen, and we will bring over our support. So from Ice Bunny, she has thank you, Ice Bunny, and also thank you for the song that's going to be in Discord, which, by the way, we have a Discord. You should go hang out there. I will post things there for you. We have a fate point support from London from Ice Bunny. We have some support from London from Void Smoker, who's done amazing fan art that I cannot even talk about. It's so amazing.
Is so amazing. Void Smoker, can you print out a special request one for me, because I really want to actually frame it.
Oh,
so if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me later.
And then also Hescape, thank you, has supported the resistance. And then also we have Krellin has supported the resistance. And so now our crew, Bricktops Brigade, a group of resistance members based out of a nightclub in Montmartre in Paris, now currently have 6 fate points to their name. However, they're not the only people you can support. You can also support our communist cell. You can Vive la Révolution, and we have 2 fate points coming
Take it from
in.
A friend. Don't do that. Don't do that.
2 coming in right now from Rissa, and also Krellin are going to be supporting our communists right now. And so I want to thank you for that. That's the opening. So why don't we go around and let's introduce our cast. We're going to go around, and I would like you to say who you are, and then tell us who you are playing, and tell us one small, self-indulgent thing you did over this 2-week time skip. One little thing that you did for yourself, since you all are laying low a little bit.
Only one?
Well, I'm sure there are many, but of the many that you, or unless you were Gina, in which case, and maybe Oscar, in which case it was maybe only one thing total, then tell me one small thing you did for yourself. And let's start with Steiber. You're muted.
I said really great things, by the way. So I am Stiver. You can find me all things social medias with Holy Stiver. I play Tango, And yeah, Tango is kind of this Han Solo from the 1940s, kind of this flashy American who's come in behind enemy lines, and he's big in the black markets and selling and acquiring criminal items and forgery. And he's also shot a lot of people. I don't know.
Yes.
A lot of people have been shot by Tango or gassed. He's gassed and shot some people.
Some of that was an accident.
Yeah, he's accidentally killed people. I mean, he just can't stop it. So,
worrisome.
But you asked about the self-indulgence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one night after using his criminal resources to gather all the appropriate items,
Mm-hmm.
he got some candles, put it in the bathroom. He drew himself a nice bubble bath with the nicest like bubble bath stuff you could probably get around the area.
Mm-hmm.
He grabbed an entire bottle of wine, a nice bottle of wine, the nicest you can get in the area.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get a glass; he just drank from the wine bottle, and he sat and soaked in a nice bubble bath while reading a really, really cheesy, trashy romance novel.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that. That's the thing where he treated himself right.
Aww.
And he also had a sandwich on a plate next to him. And he would that's the thing that he did for himself. He treated himself to a nice self date, which I hope all of you do for yourselves every so often. Treat yourself to a nice self date.
Yes. All right, let's go over to Dot. Who are you? Who are you playing? And I imagine at some point in time, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, Regina must have done one thing for herself, whether or not she wanted to, because other people might have encouraged her. Perhaps Hannah. Tell me, what one nice thing has Regina allowed to happen or have done herself?
Okay, I'm Dot. I'm playing Regina, who does not often treat herself because she's a bit of a troubled soul.
Yeah.
And tends to take the burden of everybody on herself. So she's a bit of a workaholic, and a perfectionist. So taking time for herself is not something that she does very often. But I think we probably see Regina take some time over the 2 weeks to process some of the photos that she's been taking over the last few months. We see her go through the chemical process of like dipping them, which she really loves mixing the chemicals, right? That chemist in her just loves it. Big gloves, and so she goes through the process of like maybe even we see Regina do her kind of art, which is like over processing things, dipping them in different like chemical like orders to create different things. But we see her take some time to like meditate, right? Because that's what art it can be to a lot of people, is a meditation. And I think we see Regina find some kind of solace in that. And before it's all over with, I imagine multiple times throughout the 2 weeks before she goes to bed every night, we see her writing on the back of these photos, these processed photos. Like once they're dry and they're complete, you can't really see what she's writing, but very small, she's writing and writing and writing line by line by line until the back of it's full. And then she starts on another photo.
I think we'll probably come back to that one, won't we? I think we will. So how about Grimjack? Tell us who you are playing, and one thing that Oscar has done for himself over this break.
Hi, my name is Greg. I'll be playing Oscar Mueller. Oscar is a former German military, Gestapo. He's a resistance fighter right at this moment. What he would have done self-indulgent would have been an accident. I think you hinted at something like that before. He, instead of he wanted to break up his physical routine instead of running and things like that. He used his bike went outside of Paris again, having the ability to do so, he would find that in the summertime there would be, the water would be a bit low in one of the nearby rivers, and he would swim. And when he was done with every intention of going back into town, he ended up spending the day on the bank of the river, staring up at the sky. And before he knew it, the sky was turning black. And since his bike does not have a light, he rode in carefully.
And Fox, who are you? Who are you playing? And tell me one of the self-indulgent things that Sylvie may have done over these past 2 weeks.
Fine.
Only one.
Fine. I hear your words. Hello, everyone. I'm Rocket Fox, and yes, I am playing Sylvie, who likely did more than one, indulgent things over this time. Yeah, exactly. And self-indulging might be her jam, but she is the owner of Bricktops. She is a jazz singer. She has just a delicate way with words, in the way that a sledgehammer is delicate with a concrete slab. So one thing I would say that she did to indulge herself is that she, utilizing her contacts throughout the city, she managed to get herself a bottle of absinthe.
Ooh.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And she
The
took
good stuff that makes the wallpaper move?
that's the one.
Yeah.
And she took this bottle and she found herself just a spot, probably kind of by like somewhere up high, somewhere on high. And Montmartre is, you can see, like,
It's a hill. There's a big hill.
It's up on a hill, and you can see. So she probably would have gone. She knows some folks, so she probably would have gone up on just a roof from there, and she might have even gone to the basilica, and because that seems appropriate.
Yeah, of course it does. Of course she would.
And just like, listen, she probably knows some people who would let her get to the roof on there. And so just like look down at the city and watch all the lights start to do things as she drinks this absinthe.
And
it's artistic.
It's artistic. No, it is. And I'm TroopersjP, and I'm your GM. And let me tell you what happened last episode, if you were not here. Last episode, we started off in July with people coming together and realizing that neither Oscar nor Luke were showing up. And then there was the hunt to try to... And then they learned that the chief of police, Luke's dad, was murdered. And the police are out to find out who did it. And they have Luke and his mother in custody, cooperating. And also they're going to execute 100 French citizens in retaliation for this murder. And a lot was like sort of going on, trying to figure out what's happening, sort of giving radios to people, sending out messages, framing some people, trying to learn what's going on with some of the things that have been happening been building in this moment. And Luke ended up getting released because his confession was not believed, thanks to Sylvie's work in her solo session. And he had to join the French Popular Youth, the Union of French Popular Youth, in order to be a good witness. The new chief of police went on the radio and announced that definitely it was communists that did it. And because of that, the people who were killed were not Russians. This was what he said specifically, Russian communists. So the people who were killed were not French citizens, but they rounded up a bunch of Russian citizens and killed them instead. And in this process of this sort of last evening, I think one of the big things that happened is that Oscar took Sylvie outside of the city and told her that he was working for the Gestapo. And, if she wanted to shoot him, his guns are right over there, not where he's at, like over there on that side. She decided not to shoot him. She thought about it, I suppose, but she didn't shoot him.
That wasn't self-indulgent. Not shooting him wasn't self-indulgent.
And so that secret has come out, and he's back and thinking about this. Tango, for his part, was sort of out of sorts. Charlie was sort of intimating that perhaps, because, Sylvie stayed the night over at Charlie's place the night before, and was just needling Tango just a little bit, which Sylvie was trying to calm that down, but our Tango was not in the best space at all in any kind of way. And they all left him in the bar while they were going off to do things. And, Luke comes back, everything is fine. But then Tango sees one of their allies, the cleaners, walking on the street towards them. And then he sees this gangster walk up right in the middle of the street and just shoot him with a machine gun. And Tango, who was in a mood, to be very clear,
he went into a protect mood.
He went to protect mood, and he just walked up to Crazy Pete as Crazy Pete was leaving, super chill, like, oh, that was so funny, and then shoots him right in the jaw. And
some may say he walked up in a manner crazier than Crazy Pete.
Perhaps.
Who's crazier, Crazy Pete or Tango?
It's a question. Now, Tango himself also was busy. He actually spoke to this American doctor who works at the American Hospital of Paris and got a bunch of morphine and gave that over to his contact, Sigmund, who is quite happy with this. So he now has this contact with this doctor at the American Hospital of Paris. He has given Sigmund a bunch of illegal drugs. Well, they weren't illegal at one point in time, but a bunch of drugs, so that Sigmund and he can start moving into the criminal world in the midst of a bunch of chaos, because people are moving in and people are getting shot, clearly. So Tango was quite busy in sort of forwarding his criminal enterprise a little bit, or his sort of space that way. The Crazy Pete and his goons left. They were like, we need to get out of here because we do not want our boss to bleed out. So that was what happened with them. But they learned from the person who was shot, who was saved by Dr. Hannah Roth, that the Duke, the head of the cleaners, does want to speak with them at some point about a favor that Jules promised that they would like to cash in on. And I believe I think that was everything we had from last time. We had a shooting in the neck. We had some more mysteries, and we're going to have now it's a little bit of framing of people, and then we're going to have a bit of a time skip is what we're going to do with flashbacks. But I do want to just let you all know a couple of things. It's been about 2 weeks since we're going to sort of pick up 2 weeks later, and in those 2 weeks a couple of things have happened. All of our PCs have cleared all of their stress and consequences except for Sylvie, who has a level 6, a very severe consequence that takes a month to get rid of. Like, it's
talking it out doesn't make the police forget who I am.
No, but I mean, it
Not
will.
Even a hug?
No, it will clear. But you need another 2 weeks.
I do have a question.
Yes.
I have a mild consequence of Sigmund knows where I sleep.
That's
I
gone.
don't imagine that goes away.
It's all gone.
Man.
Everybody's consequences and everybody's stress is gone except for Sylvie's. The police are
out of here.
The police chief is very interested in you.
A lot of people are.
Yeah.
That's nothing new.
Yeah, maybe interested in you in a way that you don't.
It maybe is a way that I'm not very comfortable with.
Maybe. I will note, chat, you all did a poll about what the Red Tailors, our communist cell, should do, and that has been taken care of. It has happened. We've all worked it out, and our players will probably find out about it today, about what they have been up to and what everyone else has been up to. But I do want to, before we start, remind our players of the aspects that they have on the table. So that they can sort of ponder it. One, the game aspects. Everyone has an agenda. Eyes and ears everywhere. The current issue is that there are assassins everywhere. everybody's quite upset about that. The assassins everywhere. There's an impending issue, Paying the Piper, which is about sort of like the consequences for your actions coming back to haunt you in various ways. And you all can also compel those things as well if you think that is relevant. There's a weekly faction threat, Empty Bellies, which you'll have to deal with once we start. But to let you all know what else is happening, Regina's basement has a boost that is off the grid. The brick tops, they have a crate of guns and grenades and a crate of coffee, chocolate, and money, both of which they've gotten from resources they've gotten from London. They are also hot on Colette's trail. They have that. They also have the consequence that they're paying outrageous protection, and that is sitting there being less good for them. Regina has a couple of things. She has, there's a woman she knows named Celia who loves talking nerdy with her. She also has a contact, Celia, who is in the news. She's got the new news. She also has her well-trained circle. She knows the face of the radio teams that are out to get them. She has framed the communists for radio broadcasts. And she is currently known to be a lady of the evening, which is
false. False is what it is.
I mean, we don't know it to be false.
I mean, it is false, but it is an advantage that she can use in her favor when she needs to.
Yeah.
Because her identity as an official lady of the evening has been confirmed by a woman named Charlotte Dubois, who was happy to say that yes, indeed, this woman from Bricktops. What you want back in return for, that's a great question, isn't it?
See, I know what you're all about.
What? I don't even know what you're saying, because I am innocent as the driven snow. Oscar, on the other hand, has got some great papers as Jacques Grimm, which will help him if he's going to be sort of searched. Also, he has spent some time placing guns all over Bricktops, where you would least expect them. You know, there might be a gun here or there in case you need it. Tango, on the other hand, has all the morphine. He has access to a bunch of morphine. He's got influence with his buddy Sigmund. He is the big man at the brothel. There's a brothel, the Little Bird, that he is quite popular with. The people there really love him. They love him, is what I'm trying to say. He's given them paperwork so that they don't get deported and that they are listed as French citizens and not, for example, Russian or Polish, as many of them actually are. And so he's saved a bunch of their lives. He now has got the trust of the doctor, this American doctor friend of his. Sylvie, on the other hand, has got, she knows a chink in the chief's armor, the chief of police's armor. She knows some of his weaknesses. And she also has made some connections with sympathetic restaurateurs in Paris who have, let's say, extra food. These are, however, not the only aspects on the table. There are a couple of others that I'm just going to let you know about because you should probably know them. The military intelligence has a consequence, and that is that the new chief is getting his bearings, and you have a free invoke on that one because you killed the last chief. So the current one is, trying to get things together. The police force, the French police force, they have a severe consequence that their police chief was assassinated, and you have a free invoke on that one, and they have not yet been able to get that one in recovery. They've been spending the last 2 weeks trying to regroup so they can maybe get over that problem that they currently have. They're not doing particularly well. There's another aspect that I'm just not going to tell you because that'll be a surprise, but it's, that's happening. But also the military high command has put everybody on high alert. So there is a sort of a bad guy aspect out there. Everyone's on high alert because there have been a lot of things happening recently. And that is, I believe, where we're currently at. And so we're going to start in a moment. And the moment is, I'm going to ask you first a question. I first have to ask you all a question. Each one of you, yes or no. If you were invited to an event by Hannah, would you go?
Yes.
Yes.
Tango, would you go?
Yes.
Okay. So we will start. We will sort of bring ourselves up. August the 11th, which is a Monday. And Mondays, the Bricktops is closed. So there's no, like Mondays when you close your club. You don't have your club open on Monday. That's no fun. Monday?
Nobody parties on Monday.
Nobody parties on Monday. So it's a Monday, and I would say it's probably, let's say, 5 or 6, and you're all getting ready for an event at 8 p.m., let's say. Ooh, no, that wouldn't be right at all. That wouldn't be right at all, considering what this event is. This event would have to take place if curfew's at 10. This event would have to take place at 11 p.m. at night. So it'll take place after curfew. And I want to know, let's say, maybe it's 8. Maybe you all are at Bricktops together. Or maybe you're at home. Tell me, I want to know what you all are doing to get ready for this event, which will be a fancy event. It'll be a fancy event. And I will also note that Hannah asked each of you alone, not in a group. You were each asked separately from the other to come to this event that is it's not a surprise. It's sort of a surprise. It's not exactly a surprise. It's a quasi surprise. There is an event, and she would like you to go, but she would not like you to tell Regina that you're going.
It's at 8 o'clock.
Oh.
No, it's at 11 because it has to be after curfew.
11. Okay, after curfew.
But it's 8 o'clock now.
But she wants us to all dress up nice.
Yes.
But she asked us all individually, told us not to tell. Okay.
Basically, she asked you when you were not in the company of Regina. She wanted to make sure that Regina was not there when she asked.
Okay.
Well, I think immediately I would have gossiped this to Sylvie at night, one of those nights where I would have been like, Sylvie.
Pause.
I don't know if you know.
Pause. This will be our first flashback.
So there with the bathrobe after I'm done with my self date. Like, Sylvie, I gotta tell you something. I don't want to keep secrets. I've been keeping a secret for like hours.
Hours?
Hours.
That is hours longer than you usually do. What's going on?
I just didn't want to tell you because
Oh my
I didn't
God,
want you
is
to
it
feel
serious?
bad. I think it's pretty serious.
Oh my God, is it the guns? Is
No.
it drugs?
No, none of that. No. Hannah wants me to come to a party, and I don't know if you've been invited, but I certainly was.
Oh, yeah, no, she told me about that.
What? When did she tell you? When did she tell you?
She told me yesterday.
Secrets, Sylvie. Why are you keeping secrets from me?
I'm not keeping secrets. You didn't ask me.
God.
Everybody invites me to
Well,
I mean,
obviously,
no, I didn't.
we need to do the fashion show tonight, so we know what we're wearing for the party.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I have so many dresses. Oh, how much time do you have?
I'm just looking around. I'm looking down at the book in my hands. Plenty of time, darling. Plenty.
Oh, Sylvie
time.
was like on the couch, but she just like went. She's not even listening to this response about the book. She's away. She's gone now.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna be like, I'm sorry, secret kisses from Paris. I'll get back to you later. I'm just gonna put that book down.
And Sylvie just starts. She comes out with just like armloads of dress, just so many dresses, and she starts like piling them on different surfaces.
You do know we have to sleep tonight. We are gonna have to cut this down.
I can't hear what you're saying under these dresses. Do you have how many suit jackets do you have? You have a couple, right? It'll probably take me longer than it'll take you. You can try on some of these dresses if you want, though.
I just have the one. Wait,
she's gonna stop and just like all the dresses fall to the floor. Just the one.
I'm sorry, but it's
just the one.
It's green.
Oh,
It's true.
I know. It's all I got right
you have
now.
a green jacket with a banana shirt?
That was the one he was wearing when he first arrived in Paris.
Yes.
Was that green?
It's been
green
busy.
suit?
You look like a banana tree.
You're welcome.
I mean, I love it. I love it.
Okay. I mean, but it's not
beautiful.
going to be, it's not what we want to wear to this thing.
Oh,
So I'm going to need to get something else. I just need your opinion.
you don't want
on
me
it.
to wear my banana hat though? I thought.
We're not going as the banana. The
Fine.
banana peels again. It's not that kind of night.
But
That's-
she didn't say it. Fine.
She said to dress fancy and said nothing else. I think we can assume.
I could be naked and very fancy at the same time. You know this.
Well, you was an expertly placed necktie, and I'm really appreciative of it. I'm just saying that I need an actual suit, and you need to calm this down just a hair,
Okay.
because we
No,
don't
you're-
have
you're
all
right,
night.
You're right. Oh, I don't
And
know
Secret
that-
Kisses from Paris is not going to read itself, and I'm really interested in what's going to happen.
Secret Kisses from Paris can wait. We have a crisis on our hands. You only have a green jacket.
I know. It's
I
a
don't think any
crisis.
place is open. Sylvie's
Also,
gonna.
I can't be
pick up the phone.
I can't be a criminal boss of the underworld with just a green jacket and a banana shirt. Can I?
She's already calling someone.
Just a banana mafia.
Hang on. She's gonna call one of her contacts. She has a tailor.
The Afia Nana.
Hang on.
Roll
has
it.
She has several tailors in her
Okay.
amongst her contacts.
Roll it.
Let's. All right. Eight.
It is not hard to get a tailor that you know a tailor. That is fine. Also, and the reason why is because you have a small business is your specialization, small
right.
businesses. So that makes that a 3, which is enough to get a tailor. So there's like you call up and there's a woman, and her name is. Maria, and she's a maybe she's in her 30s, and she's a Russian immigrant, and she came to Paris probably 10 something years ago, and she has a small business. She's a tailor shop. She also actually is quite good a milliner, so she makes hats as well as doing tailoring and adjusting, and she picks up hello, who's this? This is the tailor on the corner.
Maria, my darling, my love, it's Sylvie.
Oh yes, Sylvie. How are you?
I am divine. How are you, my darling?
Well, the it's difficult. This business is difficult.
I know it's been awful. How have you been doing down there? Are people still getting things mended and?
Well, things were all right, but now they're a little bit less great because I am Russian, and the feelings against Russians are not so great at the moment.
That is terrible. My feelings toward you are wonderful, as they've always been. Well, I will tell you right now, I have an absolute fashion emergency up in my apartment, and I need
And nothing
you
yellow.
pay no mind to that. I have an emergency, and I need you stat. Trust me, this is I need something exquisite, fine cloths. And she kind of like, Sylvie lays down on the couch and she's just kind of like winding the thingy. Let's see, we need some of the finest cloths. I'm thinking a nice brocade.
This is for a dress.
Oh, no, it's for a suit. I have a gentleman friend up here, a lover, if you will. He's been staying with me for a while, but he only has a green jacket. Can you imagine that? A green jacket. He looks
Wasn't
like,
my fault.
Well, yeah, he dropped in with. Anyway, that's not the point. But anyway,
I was dropped in from a plane.
he jumped out of a plane. Yes, he jumped out of a plane.
So
Would you like a fate point?
Oh no, I'm fucking things up.
Would
Me
you?
or him?
Well, you're the one who said the plane. Really?
did.
Yes. Would you like a
I
fate
think we
point?
both did a point.
You did. Would you like a fate point? Because, as you know, you just admitted that you dropped into a plane in occupied Paris, which,
Well, that can mean a lot of things. There's a lot of planes going by Paris,
Yeah. So you sort of admitted that you have airdropped into a plane, which makes you resistant. And as we know, people inform all the time if necessary. Would you like a fate point if you take one? Because there are eyes and ears everywhere. You're admitting to being resistance on the phone is going to get out and get you into trouble.
I don't want that fate point.
Illegally airdropped in. Spend a fate point to make it not happen.
I will do it, and now I'm done with my fate points.
All right. I will just take that off from you. Go on. I can bring the fabric. It will take a bit of time. Sure, I will bring this in. If you now.
Oh yes, now there's a party later tonight, and this is
earlier. This is earlier because this is a flashback.
At some point
in 2 days, 2 days.
Future, there's a party soon. I'm being told that 2 days soon-ish, even perhaps. But you need to get eyes on this man immediately.
Okay.
Should I have him take his pants off now? Darling, you should take your pants off.
How long is it going to take her to get here? I mean, how long am I going to spend without my pants on?
You should just take them off right now. Anyway,
you're right.
So off right now.
I'm taking my pants off.
You want me to just off right now?
Should I describe it slowly, or are you going to come over here?
Do you want me to hand the phone over?
No. I will come. It's okay.
Here, hand the phone number. I'd like to talk to her.
Phone. Hang up. grabbing cloth and fabrics and notions and buttons to sort of come in and.
He is also wearing banana boxers right now with those cheesy 1940s straps that go from your shoes up to the whatever
calves to keep your socks up.
To keep your socks up.
Yep.
Yeah, he's got some tropical socks.
This woman is going to come and she will make you a suit that is sharp, probably imagining a really wonderful, probably actually an emerald green brocade vest with a nice sort of dark. It's not black. It's like a charcoal gray that's almost black, like a very, very dark gray suit. Now, of course, one of the troubles is that fabric has been rationed. So getting fabric is not easy at this point in time. So getting fabric for you is an ask, right? You have asked her to do something that is difficult when fabric is rationed. Also, leather is rationed. So most people are wearing shoes that are made of grossness. So having nice unless you're rich, having nice clothes is not easy to come by. But she works really hard to make Tango look amazing. It'll take her 2 days to do this, but
cool.
Do you want tails?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that not to me?
So it's a tailcoat. It's basically.
I do want a tail, and I would love I would love some form of just a small little emblem of the banana, maybe on a tie or some kind of thing, you know what I mean? Just some kind of pin or whatever. But that's it. That's the only thing that's super cheesy about it.
What she would do, I think, is she would embroider a little banana in your lapel, right? Because it's a nice sort of silk lapel on this dark gray, and it would be this very beautiful, because she's one of these people who has learned tailoring the old school way, and she'd also probably bring you a straw hat, a nice straw hat that's it's sort of like a fedora, but it's a little bit nicer. But she can't. That's what she can get a hold of, and so she makes this for you, and she has a matching band with your vest.
Sylvie, you are made of magic for getting a hold of her, and you are a true artist.
Oh, thank you. Sylvie, if I need anything, then I could...
Of course. Please. Let us help you in any way we can. You have never failed to amaze.
Would you like coffee or a cigarette? Maybe both. Sit around here for a second.
Clearly, yes.
Would you like to listen to some jazz music and have a cigarette with us?
She will sit because
we know how to
again,
entertain guests.
Oh yes, if she can get real food, real coffee, real cigarettes, rather than all the burnt barley, coffee, and whatever grossness they had, she will indulge.
Put a record on.
Yeah. So as Sylvie's putting a record on, I'm gonna look over. It's like, I haven't met a whole lot of Sylvie's friends. So how'd you meet?
Oh, well, Sylvie, it was years ago. She needed a dress was ripped, I think, but
yes.
But she did not have a lot of money to fix it. At that time, I think it was one of your only best dresses, yes?
Yes, those were very different times. I do believe, if memory serves, that was the first time someone didn't like the look of me in this town. Which Maria understood, of course, so.
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't... it's worse now, isn't it? I hope you're all right. Are you all right? With you?
Well, we are doing what we can, but honestly, I'm more worried about people who have it much worse than we.
Oh, you did ask me earlier if I'd heard anything about Madame Dubois. She was in the shop just a few days ago. She mentioned Bricktops. So you two have reconciled.
Oh, well, she didn't immediately burst into flames from walking into your shop. That's interesting.
No, she's buying many dresses nowadays. So she's...
Have you had her soup?
I do not think she makes soup.
I beg to differ. She makes beautiful, wonderful soup.
Madame Dubois? I imagine she has servants for that.
I think I'm thinking of the wrong person, honestly. But okay. But I'm like, and I'm not going to say that. Actually, I think I'm thinking of the wrong person.
Oh no, darling. This is she. You know what? You need not sully your mind with thoughts of this devil woman.
Maybe I just want soup.
Oh, I think there's some in the pantry.
I can make borscht if I had supplies.
Oh.
Yes, well, and Maria, if she's willing to pay for dresses, I think that's wonderful. What did you hear anything? Did she say anything? I'm only asking for curiosity's sake because we're on such good terms, her and I. I already know everything that you could tell me. I'm just curious.
No, she just said that she was wondering how the business at the Bricktop was, if I've seen you at all, and I said I'd not seen you a few days, but and she said that you two were good friends, and that she was just wondering how things were going. She is.
I bet she was.
Is something
You're
wrong?
making that face. Yeah, I know that face, Sylvie. That's the face that I just said something very wrong, and you want to punch me in it. Not that you said anything wrong, mind you. It's just that
I'm
face.
So delighted.
It sort of haunts me.
My good friend. I'm just gonna go get some coffee.
Oh yeah, go get some coffee. Look, that's the face she makes that actually haunts me in my sleep. Yeah. But I imagine, and I'm just gonna look around. It's like, what happened between them? Is something pretty bad?
Oh, I do not know. I only know that there was a time, 10 years ago maybe, those two would come into my shop all the time to make, get dresses and all of this. But it's been years since I've seen them both together. But I assume everything is fine.
You know, and it was honestly, it was terrible of me to try to be a gossip while the lady's right there. So I shouldn't have asked. It was none of my business, and I apologize. I'm a terrible gossip. And I mean that like I'm really bad at gossiping, and I'm also a gossip, and I just want to know all the gossip. I am so sorry. Hey, have you read this book? And he's going to pull out the book.
And she looks at it and she goes, "Oh, I do not know why there was a pirate in Paris in 1920, but
I'm here for it, right? It makes sense.
Have you finished?
No, I'm not. I have not. I'm actually looking around for a book club.
Oh,
so if you want to join my, it's a romance novel book club. I'm kind of into it. It's not really Sylvie's thing, but it's.
Sylvie comes back with the coffee. I prefer danger and mystery and crime. Coffee down.
I prefer trashy love. So this is where I'm at. Anyways.
And she's measuring you.
So if you know of anyone else who wants to maybe join a book club and talk about, you know, romance novels, we can talk about other novels. So if you'd like to join, there could be other novels, but I'm just trying to find others with similar interests.
Can we add in a little murder to the romance novels? I mean, can I just kill them?
And this is how your prep goes.
And you can just fast forward through that. That's just the banter just keeps going.
But you know, Maria will provide you with a couple of romance novels of her own, and she might sort of come and stop by and chat with you at times. Now, Regina, how are you? What is your prep for this moment like? I imagine you're in the bunker, the basement,
I'm
the dungeon.
I imagine, in the dungeon, and I imagine I don't know they're coming, right? I don't know they're coming.
No, you do not know they're coming.
I don't. I imagine Hannah has forced me into something nice.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm like sitting there. I'm like, I'm not going. I'm not doing this.
Well, you have to go.
Stupid.
No, it's look. You have to go. This is your night. Well, not only your night, but this is.
It wasn't actually. It wasn't actually supposed to happen. It's just a.
Well.
It seems like an accident, a fluke.
I do not think it was a fluke. I think that you are talented, and I think that you deserve this. And also, there's a woman there who will be there that I want you to meet.
You want me to meet a woman?
Mm-hmm. Someone I think you'd be very interested in.
The last time you told me you wanted me to meet a woman, you took me to a house full of them.
There were one or two boys there. A couple. This woman is very busy most of the time, and she cannot come out to the house party. But I think you would like her. I think you'd have a lot to talk about. And well, I think you should meet her. So you're not doing it just for the event. You're also doing it to meet someone new.
1 hour.
All right. Especially if, you know, considering everything that's happened, that it would make me happy.
Fine. An hour and a half.
And this is where we get a bit of a flashback, which would be, this is what day is this? The 11th, I believe? Yes. So this would be for Friday, right. So this is a Monday night, and we were flashing back to a Friday evening before late afternoon before the bar starts. So it's a Friday, and it's I would say this would be at Bricktops, and the radio would be on, and I would like to know who at this moment would be in Bricktops listening to the radio with Hannah. And, well, I would imagine that Regina's going to be there because she's
working.
She's working. The bar's not open yet. It's like just before the bar is going to open. Who would be there?
I think Sylvie would be there. She's trying to be more on top of it since her chat with Charlie.
Mm-hmm. Charlie would certainly be there because she's getting the bar ready. Luke would be there.
I'm going to tell you that, and actually Tango is going to be late, and I'm going to tell you why.
Ooh.
Tango is actually going to be talking to Sigmund. And he is, if you allow that.
Yes, I do.
So it's going to be near the bar, maybe in the back of the bar. You know, him and Sigmund are having a cigarette and are talking. And he's going to turn to Sigmund and he's going to be like, there's this, I asked you to look into Crazy Pete and Henri Lafont.
Oh, yeah, I did.
They're a problem, right? They're much bigger than we thought they were. And if you want to take over this town, we got to figure out how to deal with them.
Yeah, I have you asked me some questions to look into this for you the last few weeks, and I've been looking, and I've heard the things, some of the things that you've said, that there's criminals in the space, and they're new on the scene, and I sort of...
Not just new, they're heavily armed. They seem to be, I don't want to assume, but they seem to be given a lot of weapons and gold and diamonds and things that the Germans would probably want to finance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I have...
And that seems to be a specialty of yours, is figuring out what the Germans are doing. So...
Well, I have... you've asked me to look into this, and I have. It is... I don't know how to say this. They're going to be a problem.
Oh, yeah. I know. Do you know that he... I'm pretty sure he's going to have reconstructive surgery in the last... I don't know if he's still alive, but Crazy Pete? I shot him. He knows, he's seen me in the face. He knows who I am. So you know what we got to do?
This is not good.
We got to figure it out, because they will figure out that I'm work here. They will figure out a way to retaliate. And honestly, if I go down, this thing doesn't work, and you know it. You need me.
Yeah. Well, we are partners in this. I have something to tell you I don't think you're going to like.
I've gotten a lot of bad news lately, so why don't you just add it to the bucket of bad?
I asked around, and they're not German army, that's certain. They're not supported by the German army, that's also certain. But there is we got into a bit of a problem with them, in that they are, how do I put this? You may not know this, but here in Paris there is a bit of a power struggle up above my head, a little bit connected to me a little bit, in that I'm supply, and I'm dealing with all these movements and so what. But there are multiple groups who think they have the right to take things from the people here in France, Jews, Roma, communists, these things, well, there's the military commander of France. He has a group that's about preserving art, and they are supposed to take the art and preserve it so that they're not looted, and they take the art. And but there's also there's an organization, Rosenfeld, something like this, and they're straight from Goering, and they just also think they can take the art, and the Gestapo thinks they can take the art and the gold, and I did some digging. This Henri Lafont, this Crazy Pete, and another one. There's a group of them. They're a group called the Carlingnew, and they're French Gestapo. They're Gestapo groups. It's all French, and they are supported by the Gestapo, and they are also, but they're all criminals. They're all gangsters, but turns out they're...
So they're like criminal Nazis? Like of the Nazis, they're even more criminal than the criminal Nazis that are already criminal?
Yeah, and I've heard they have a lot of volunteers. They might have 20, 30,000 people who are members, people who are just...
How many do we got? Is it just you and me still?
I've got some people, a little bit on my side, but...
Oh, no. Okay. Well, look, here's what we got to do.
And I don't know if these numbers are true. This is what I've heard from people, that they've got like 30,000 people. It seems like a lot.
Yeah, but do you understand that I looked that man in the face and I shot him? I didn't really know who he was until later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shot him right in the jaw.
That's
and
a
he
problem.
doesn't have a jaw anymore, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a problem.
The man can only eat soup. That's it, if he's still alive.
You know, I love soup.
I love soup too. You know who makes really good soup? You know what? That's a different conversation. We don't need to have that conversation right now. Keep our eyes on the prize and the business. You still want to take over this town, right? Well, I can't do that with these guys that are eventually going to come after me. I don't know why they haven't yet, but my guess is they just don't know who I am. Not really, and I'm sure they're gathering their own intelligence. Right?
Yeah. I don't know if we do about this because I'm not connected to the Gestapo,
good, because what we need to do is find people who hate the Gestapo, who hate the criminal Gestapo. Do we know any of those criminals? Well, criminals. We just need to know they're criminals who hate other criminals. We need like-minded criminals to kill the criminals we don't want. Be friends with, right? I'm getting angry, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to. It's just been. Hold on. Let's have another cigarette. Look. We need contacts that we can band together and figure this out. And if we can get right to the top, we can get Andre Lafont. We got to figure out where he's at. And we got to kill him. Pure and simple.
Just killing heads of organizations is not the way to stop it because it's not just one person. There's other people.
Yeah, but that's why you blame it on someone else and you start getting some people to figure it out. We got to point the Nazis to these guys, okay?
But
they're already criminals of the Nazis.
Yeah,
and yes, they're Gestapo. That's why you got to get the German intelligence in on it. And is this your first ball game here?
Look, they're supported by the Gestapo. They have, my understanding, they have German police badges. They're allowed to go and arrest whoever they want. So if you shot one, this is a problem.
Yeah, I did shoot one. But what if, look, what if we do this? Can we figure out a way that maybe,
I can't believe you shot one of these people in the face.
The guy who died recently, the head of police.
Oh, yeah?
Can we pin that somehow? Because then someone has to do something, right? And that was... No? Am I reaching here? Do you think I'm reaching?
I'm just good at procuring illegal things and selling them.
Okay, well, here's what I'm going to need. I'm going to need probably some more of that gas and probably some kind of explosive. Can you get something like that for me? Is that something you can do to save my fucking life?
I can look into it.
I'm going to need to blow somebody up and gas somebody else. I am sure of it.
I can't get any more gas. The lab was destroyed, so I can't do anything like that.
All right, well, I'm going to need a major explosive of some sort. I don't want it here because I'm really clumsy, but I need it to be somewhere, and I need to be able to have access to it. This is, guess what? We're not doing business until we can figure this out because I am hot. Right?
Yeah. This is a problem. You had better figure out how to fix your problem.
Because the only thing I can think of doing is going over there myself and shaking hands somehow and saying, "Hey, I'm crazier than Crazy Pete."
Oh, this is a problem. Yeah,
it is a problem.
I will see what I can find for supplies.
I'm dead in a week, my friend. If you can't figure something out with me, I'm going to try to figure my own things out because that's what Tango does. I will have to leave Paris. You get that?
Look, first off, I was not
And I don't want to leave Paris. I have you. I have a lot of other things cooking here that I really like, but I would have to fucking leave in the night if we can't figure these guys out.
Look.
And that's not what I want to do right now.
Why don't you talk to some criminal people? I can talk to some criminal people. You're much more charming than I am. I'm
glad you admit that these days. Because you used to not admit it.
Well...
You used to try to also pass yourself off as a better dancer, which is a shame, as a tragedy.
You've never been a good dancer. Look,
dark spot in your intelligence.
Look, I can talk to some people, but the people who don't like them are probably not going to like me because we're both German. Well, they're French, but I'm German. So you talk to your people, I'll talk to mine. I'll see what I can do. But this is bad. This is really bad.
All right. But procure me some kind of explosive if you don't mind. I got some plans.
I'll see what I can do. This is not easy.
I'm going to be honest with you. We're friends, right? I don't really have a plan. I just know explosives usually work in a plan that you need.
I just don't think explosives are a good idea, but I will see what I can do. I will see what I can do.
You say that. Explosives have helped me out a lot in the past. All right. And have a good one, Sigmund.
He, very disturbed, walks out the back. Oscar, are you here this evening? This Friday night, it's sort of like it's early before the bar starts.
I would assume to, move things around if needed, double check everything. If he's working security, he would be preparing.
And of course, I think that as security, you probably would have seen that wreck of a business going on. But that's actually not the thing that brings us back to that Friday is something a little bit different. And that is the radio's on, of course. And you get as you normally do, you get Radio Paris coming in on as everybody's there. And Hannah's there as well, just trying to, checking things out, making sure everyone's fine.
Good afternoon, mademoiselle, madame, monsieur. This is Radio Paris coming to you live. We have many news. We have important news for you today. First things first, we want to say that the Paris police, our new prefect, Boussière, is an embarrassment. It has been weeks, and the communists who have done this perpetration and killed the last chief of police have not been caught. We have seen them be completely ineffective. It is time, I think, for us to have a closer collaboration, a closer friendship with the Germans, our friends. If we can become close with them, then it will be better for us all. We must, the police must be pressured to embrace their German friends, the Gestapo, the German High Military Command here, and if we can have that, Paris will be safe from all of these malefactors. Every day as they do not bring in this communist resistance to heal is another day that we are not safe. Also, in other news, it is a shame, it is terrible that the French government is not yet embracing our German friends. We must collaborate more closely. We need to bring back Laval as our prime minister because this is terrible. And I must say this, we have an empire. We in France have an empire that spans the world. And we will not keep this empire if we do not make friends with the Germans. For the best of France, we must do this. And on this side, we at Radio Paris will say, we are proud to now announce there will be a unit of volunteers who will be making a military group who will fight with the Germans to fight against the Russians. They'll be fighting in Russia. And we have already heard there are 3,000 volunteers. And Pétain, our father Pétain, our great leader, the Lion of Verdun, will be here in Paris to oversee the founding of this unit coming soon. And that will be something wonderful and great. Also, I must say that there is some news. As of today, Jewish people will no longer be able to work as doctors in France. This is a good and wonderful news. We have already made it so that lawyers cannot be Jewish, and now we will be protected from the evil thoughts and machinations, and be a way to protect the jobs of good French people. And so, coming on from now on, there will be no French doctors in France corrupting our systems. Also, I must say that we have to think about that we, as good, loyal French people, must think about...
And the radio goes silent.
Like, silent? Like there's something wrong?
Well, your radio's still working, but the signal has dropped.
But clearly the broadcast is not live anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just peek out the front door and make sure there's still a tower standing?
Sure, if you would like. Yeah, you peek out, and there is a radio tower.
Great.
But it is not... You know how radio towers normally look like this, you know?
Right. Vertical.
Vertical, right? And normally they don't have... they're normally vertical, and they normally don't have smoke coming around them.
Perfect. I close the door and come back inside.
In that moment,
What did you see?
Oscar would have gone over and put his hand on Hannah just to... It'll be all right.
What happened? What happened to the broadcast?
Seems the tower is compromised.
Good. Someone got that trash off the air.
I look at Hannah and I go, the papers. The fake ones we got you. I know you don't want to use them. But if you want to continue helping people, you're going to have to.
Sylvie kind of walks past Regina and more quietly just Regina. She's going to have to use those papers or get out of the city. And kind of just goes over to the bar.
If I will be needed as a doctor more than ever, though I can't leave.
If they catch you practicing medicine, fake papers or not, they will kill you. There will be no incarceration. This is an edict now. They have cause.
But you all get injured, and there are people who are also injured, and they need a doctor. Who will help the Jewish and the Roma women who are giving birth? Who will help my community if no one's allowed?
We didn't say that you couldn't. Just know the risk.
I know the risk, but I will not abandon people who need my help.
You have to be smarter now. More careful. If you're going to help people, I suggest it's after hours. And that you lie low during daylight.
I will need a location. Can I treat people here in the basement?
That is not my decision to make.
Of course. Of course. We'll need a system, of course. We can't have people coming in and out as if it was just a corner market, but we've already had people here that we're trying to get out of the city, and who knows if any of these people need to be transported elsewhere. Well, that'll make it easier on us. They'll already be here.
Oscar would go over to Sylvie and whisper to her, "May I speak with you for a moment?"
Yes, of course. Regina, find out what she needs to make that happen. Are all of her papers in order? The new ones?
Yes.
Good. Yes. Oscar, what? She'll follow him wherever.
He'd probably go down to the wardrobe area, just for lack of a better place. If someone speaks words of when people help, there is no secrets.
Well,
if someone gets hurt, they will know to come to Bricktops for help. They will all know. You will have a line outside the back door. Your protocols will be abandoned. They will not be followed. They will be... Can you help me? My grandfather, my sister, they will all be sick. Children. You cannot do it here. They will find you within a week.
Well, what do you suggest? I'm certainly not going to not have a place. We're not going to turn people away. I'm not going to have it. And if the only solution is here, then so be it. However, I always delight in taking suggestions from my employees.
What if
Where
it's not stationary?
Did you come down with us?
Oh, you guys went downstairs. Never mind.
Yeah. Because he has to say things that he probably hasn't said around Regina yet. Your assets, the locations, something that you can sacrifice. It's a place that cannot be associated with you. If they will find it, if it used to be a building that you frequented, they will put two and two together. That is their job. I would.
I'm not a landowner. I'm a bar owner, and I've woefully only owned this bar.
But Tango has resources.
Sylvie, she should leave.
I do not control her.
I know. This is not... She will be found. She will be the one that helps.
Well, in my opinion, we all should be the one that helps. Not being the ones that help is what gets us into this position. If everyone in this city were the one that helped, we wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be like this.
What you are talking about is war. This is not war.
This is war. Have you looked around? Have you seen the city? This is war. But you're right that we can do it smart. I'll ask the others if they have locations. Regina always knows places. And plus, I still know a fair number of people in the city that remain. I can see what I can see. I would rather have them not find us right away. That would be disappointing. I would not be able to sleep, sir, if I did nothing. I would much rather be dead.
It is noble. And I don't say this to be cruel or indifferent. I say this to be factual, blunt. You must all be prepared to lose Hannah. They will pull her from wherever she is helping. They will drag her into the streets. They will yell for everyone to come to their windows. And they will shoot her in the head. And it will be soon.
We've already partially lived through these events, each of us individually, each of us together. And it's either that or turn our backs, shut our eyes, close our ears, and just pretend we're not seeing everyone else who's pulled into the streets and made to be shot in the head. Do you know what number they're on, by the way, of the 100 that are being killed?
I was understood that the 100 were already killed.
Oh. My, they work quickly, don't they? Sylvie's going to start back upstairs.
He would follow after a beat or two.
And, Hannah's there clearly shaken, right? Because now they've come, right? She cannot do legally any of those things. And it's shaken her because this is just now it's more and more jobs Jews cannot hold. They can't teach, they can't be lawyers, they can't be doctors, all these things. And she's like, it's a little bit overwhelming in that moment.
Sylvie's going to address the other people too. A good point was brought to my attention by our noble bouncer who is in charge of our security. Brought to my attention that security is at issue if we have the bar being a revolving door, so to speak. Does anyone have access to a location? Go on, speak.
This is about the time I was late, so I'm coming right in.
Yeah.
By the way, everyone, the security's at risk all over the place. And I'm sorry, it's probably my fault.
Oh, good. Do you know of a location we can use? Not for the bar, for other things. No? Oh.
Well, yeah, I mean, I got plenty of people that can probably get you to other people and whatever. Yeah, I mean,
We need a secret location.
that's like Criminal 101. That's what I do. Yeah.
There.
Oh.
I just I've been holding it in for a while, and I'm sorry I didn't say it. You probably all know by now, and you probably heard about it. I'm the one who shot Crazy Pete in the jaw.
Yes,
You know that,
I
right?
want to think that you made it very clear when you burst in here the other night covered in his blood.
Yeah, and his jaw. It was probably in his jaw bits, right up in his jaw bits. It was real gross. Sylvia had to clean some jaw bits up later. And it was
Yes,
just
but
not
we're
great.
going to have some problems with a few of the French gangsters.
So I just feel like it's a really big problem though, because I've been looking into them and they're super connected to like the Gestapo. I mean like the criminal Gestapo. They're well armed, all that good jazz. So things got a little hair. Why is everyone really down before I got here though? I don't.
Hannah, maybe we should take a few days and discuss what our options are. Until then, I think lying low is a good idea.
What's wrong with Hannah? Why is she really upset?
Nothing's wrong with Hannah.
Well, of course nothing's wrong with Hannah. She's absolutely a perfect human being, but what?
They won't let Jews be doctors anymore.
What?
They made an announcement on the radio before somebody decided to turn it off.
Tango's gonna go into a rage and actually flip a table.
Well, that's helpful.
Sorry, I just get. I'm gonna put the table back. That was not necessary. It's just, why are they fucking with everyone?
What's going to get worse?
It can't get any
already
worse.
gotten worse. Can't it?
All right. Hannah has some papers, right? So she's okay in general. She's okay.
As long as she lies low. And
Right.
doesn't talk to people, which I can assure you, Hannah's not interested in.
Hannah is interested. Look at her eyes. She wants to help somebody right now. You're thinking about someone you could help, aren't you? Right now, you're thinking about somebody who's sick
Okay.
yesterday that you need to look up on. What we need to do is find a way for Hannah to keep helping people like we keep helping people.
That's why we need a location. That's what I'm talking about.
We need
Yeah.
more than a location.
We need a
We need
revolving.
an entire system in place to assure that it's always different every time she serves someone, that one family can't tell another family where she's located. More importantly, that when she walks down the street, some member of the military is not going to profile her.
They're not, let's call them what they are. They're Nazis, they're killers, they're animals.
Hannah,
So
what do you
that-
want to do? What do you want to do? We're not in charge of you. You're in charge of your own life. We've given you some paperwork that can give you a new life if you want to lay low. If you want to continue your work, I'm going to get on the phone. I'm going to figure some things out. that's
Well,
what you want to do, then you're in this with us, right?
I'm in this with you, and I will. If if one of you got shot and I could not help you because I was not here, I could not live with myself. And when she says that, her eyes just sort of drift very slightly towards Regina before she brings them back to sort of like a neutral space.
Tango notices this and thinks back to page 52 of the romance novel,
I think
The Secret Kisses of Paris, which was a different book.
I understand that I must lay low, and I will. I mean, of course I should be able to go out at least one more time, but in a few days. But I will stay somewhere where cannot be found, or wherever I must hide up like a mole. But I cannot leave. Tango, you
Yeah.
you said that you were with you went to the Grand Mosque and you made papers for like hundreds of people.
Yeah. That's what I do. Help people out.
So, but they had people there.
Willing or not willing, but yeah.
But they were hiding those people. Maybe I could
hide amongst them,
and maybe we could. I mean, the man there, perhaps.
He's very connected. It's very connected. I try to use my connections sparingly in some ways, but this is something that is pretty important to all of us. So I could talk. I'm sure they would listen because I've helped them out tremendously.
What if you served people, just not here? No, I don't mean here. I mean in France.
You're asking me again to leave the city.
I'm asking you to be safe and to give you what it is that you want, which is the safety to help people.
You have to do. I could go. I could leave France. I could go to Switzerland. I could go somewhere else, but then I would not be helping the people of my home. This is where I was born. This is my home, and my whole life is here. My friends, my family. Regina, you are here, and Sylvie and Tango and Oscar. Jules, this is also his home, his mother's home. I cannot. There's something evil in this place, and you're right, Regina, it will get worse. But if I'm not here, then it will get even worse, because then none of you will have you. A man.
Take you. What then? You're not helping anyone.
I think you don't understand. I am a member of the resistance. And you do not leave, you do not quit the fight.
I didn't say to quit.
You said to leave.
The fighting happens everywhere.
But this is my home. None of you are French. This is my home. I will not leave my home.
Hannah, listen. I think that he's going to point to Regina. She cares a lot about you, and that's what she was trying to do. But you know what? And don't roll your eyes. You know you do. You are doing something that is great, wonderful. You're protecting the people you love, your home, all those things, right? None of us are from here. So we don't have a say in what you put your foot down for. And if you want to stay and you want to help people, it's our job as friends first, as family, It's people who love each other. It's our job to see that you do that right and you don't, fail.
And she hugs you. It will be difficult because I will not be able to get medical supplies. We'll have to find some way.
Medical supplies. You stop. You just tell me what you need, all right? And we're going to figure the rest out because that's what family does. All right?
All right.
If it makes you feel any better, and he's going to look over at Regina, and he's then going to look over at Sylvie. I thought about leaving because this thing with Crazy Pete is too hot. It's too much. They saw me, and they're knocking over all these nightclubs. It's a moment of time before they're going to hit here too, and they're well armed. So, am I leaving too? Are we all staying, and we're all going to figure this shit out? You tell me.
They're certainly not better armed than the police, and I've certainly not made any friends over in the police department, so.
I'm staying to fight for my country.
And I'm staying to fight for the people I love.
This is my bar, so you can all leave if you want, but.
So you're staying to fight for your booze. I get it. That's a valuable thing.
I'm staying to fight for myself. Who do you think I am?
Charlie in the back laughs at that one.
Or she'd laugh. All right, I'm gonna get ready for tonight, I guess.
2 days, couple days.
Night.
2 days.
Yeah.
2 days.
No, I meant for the bar.
Oh, yeah, for the bar, yeah.
So he's gonna go and start wiping some things down, and
Bar doesn't know for 2 days, guy.
And at that point, he's actually taking himself out of the conversation.
And as we go back to preparing, Oscar, what are you doing to prepare for this evening on Monday night, 3 days later?
He is pulling his best Heath Ledger in A Knight's Tale. He has gathered up some of the outfits and extra cloth from down in all of the costumes.
Yeah.
And had them it's green with accented with green now. Yeah, so he just finds a jacket, maybe an old waiter's jacket or something of that nature, just something with a simple cut to it that he can wear and not embarrass anybody, but also not stand out. He is not going to shave. He is not he's trying to hide himself, his identity, as much as he can, and just blend in. But this conversation with Hannah would weigh on him because he's torn between an obligation that he made to some very nice people in the South and what he knows is ahead for him. He knows there's always a line of people, and when you walk up that line, at the end, you'll find somebody helping. Yeah. And that's the person they grab, and that's the person they shoot.
Yep. And her parents have been very kind to you.
He would probably try to get her, because they don't know each other very well. And he would definitely try to get her alone, even for a moment,
Oh, well, you are staying over in the basement, right? So that night of the evening, you would be there getting ready. Well, no, she wouldn't want you to get ready in the basement because she doesn't want Regina to know about the surprise. So she would probably, she's trying to coordinate a big surprise. So she's probably a little bit out and about. And I imagine you would have seen her earlier so that she could let you know where you're going earlier in the day when she's doing her business, but her business also involves letting everybody know where to meet up and at what time and which approach to take to get to the location. And I think that would probably be when you could talk to her, which is like, all right, so you'll have to come after it's dark, after curfew. And there is, don't go the front way. You'll have to go in the back. I have a friend who has keys, and we'll let everyone in. There will be people there. It will be big enough, but the place is so large, no one will notice that we're all there. So, but when you go in, you just have to tell them, The password is Mona Lisa.
Yeah. Your parents believe that we are going to be married.
What? Oh, why do they think this?
I don't know.
Oh, my parents are always trying to get me married to someone. They are so... Well, they don't know that I'm not getting married to anyone.
Well, I did not lead them on. They just believes it because I keep showing up and...
Oh, when did you see my parents?
At this point, would it have been like a week and a half or 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks ago?
Oh, about 2 weeks ago, yeah.
It's in July, 2 weeks ago.
Oh. Huh. Why?
I just wanted to check on them, make sure they were all right. Make sure Jeanette was all right. Make sure that she was healing. She is.
Good. You are a kind man, Oscar.
Yeah. They worry of you.
They've always worried about me since I was very small. Always telling me I have to go get married, I have to, how they have grandchildren, all of this. I'm their only daughter, you know.
Yes. Please forgive me for being blunt, but I am German. How will they take it when they hear that you have been dragged out into the streets and shot?
This is a risk that you also take. This is a risk that Regina takes. Sylvie takes.
Yes, but I do not have parents sitting in a farmhouse waiting for me.
No, you don't.
Hannah, you wish to be a patriot. You wish to help France. You wish to, as you said, it is the other day. It's here. You are the only one of us who's French. But, and he points north. Across that water, there are men and soldiers, families. They are all French too. They are waiting in England. They are looking south. They could use a doctor. They could desperately use a French doctor.
Oscar, those people, those French people up there up north in England, they ran away. They are not here, and I don't know when they're coming here. Meanwhile, in this city, as de Gaulle sits up there in London doing whatever it is he's doing, people are starving here in the city. I could be up there in England with all of them, but they're not. They have doctors. They have so many people. They have food. They have everything. But here in Paris, there are people eating rats that they have caught in the catacombs for food. There are people who are dying, and they need a doctor, and me being in England will not help them, but also Regina needs a doctor, and Sylvie needs a doctor, and you and Tango, and I...
Do you know what we do not need?
Tell me.
We do not need to bury you, to watch you drug into the streets and shot. I do not need to ride south to tell two lovely human beings that the one thing that they love beyond themselves is no longer a part of this world.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you think that you all can sacrifice, but I cannot. I don't understand why you think that I am not just as much a soldier as you all are. I may be a different kind of soldier, but I'm also a member of the resistance. I'm also in this fight. And if I may also be blunt, none of you can do what I can do. You can't stitch
exactly
up a...
my point. You are not just a soldier, Anna. You are so much more than what we are. You can heal. You can save someone's life. That makes you ever so much more than us.
And if I left, I would be a coward.
No.
Oui.
You are one of Francis' jewels. I would hate to see it broken.
France is trying to tell me that I am not French. They're trying to tell me that I am filth. And I will not leave. And let them win. This is important. And I know it's dangerous, and I will stay in the catacombs or in the basement or somewhere. I will be careful. And I know that... Well, we should go. I should get back to take Hannah, to take Regina. This is going to be a very important night for her, and I don't want to think about leaving until after this night is over.
He would nod, and he would look at her honestly and say, I will never bring it up again. You are the decider of your own fate. I will support you. These are the words that I feel obligated to share, and you know who they are from.
I know. It's my mother.
Kiss them both.
Listen. No matter what happens, I want you to do something for me. I want you to take care of Regina. She smiles a little bit more now that there's someone she can speak German to. Who knows what it's like to be in exile from her country. And I have watched her. I mean, we have lived together for months now, and maybe only not even 3 months, but close. And I have seen her alone, and I've seen her without her country, and I've seen her wonder what is happening back home. And there's a deep sorrow in her eyes sometimes. And I don't want that for her, and I certainly don't want it for me. And if I feel like her heart is broken that she had to leave, and I don't want my heart broken that way. Also, I just don't want to leave you all. If she left, I might go. Maybe I wouldn't. I have a duty. Well, I want my country back. And I don't think that hiding in England with de Gaulle just sending radio messages but not doing anything. Right now, the only one who's supporting us is London, and Do you know that I love her? She doesn't love me, but I do love her, and I don't think I could go.
Yeah.
I don't think I could go. Well, I will say that I don't know what you did to that jacket. It's very nice.
In the theater, we must improvise.
Oh. And she gets this little wicked smile that just crosses her face.
And before she can say anything, he says, I heard you like to dance.
Oh, Wait. I told you that.
2 little birds.
Well, I have a secret for you.
Ah,
But I won't tell you. You'll find out tonight.
I'm very excited.
You should be. There might even be dancing. I will leave you, but you know where to go.
Yeah.
I have to make sure that the others know as well. And she leaves, but before she leaves the basement, she looks back at you with this very sort of sad look. And then she goes. And what about Regina?
What about Regina?
Is she ready to go?
She did tell Hannah she would go.
It is late at night, and I have to go to this screen. It is late at night. It is past curfew, and you all make your way, slowly but surely, south across town to the Louvre. Massive art museum. Amazingly beautiful, huge. A place that has been looted and, well, emptied, of course. The art sort of protected, saved, brought out of there as much as possible. Now, this would not do. You cannot have the Louvre empty. The Nazis could not have that. So the Nazis reopened the Louvre. There's art in the Louvre. They, could not let this important symbol of France go unattended. And so during the day, the Louvre is still sort of open, at least parts of it. But as you make your way to a back entrance of the Louvre, and you say your password, Mona Lisa, to get in, you make your way in to the Louvre, and it becomes very clear very quickly as you walk through this place that most of it is empty. There is a front part that has been made to look functioning, but much of the Louvre is just abandoned, just empty frames with no art in it. Everything is gone, except for a couple of rooms that are full, it looks like, of crates and crates and crates. Maybe crates of art, but they're all stamped with German writing. To be shipped back to Germany. Lots and lots of crates, probably of art, in one wing or another wing, here or there. There is stolen art. The amount of it is somewhat astounding. You don't quite know who got you into the Louvre after hours or late at night, but as you are led into one small part of the Louvre, one of the galleries, those empty bare walls of the gallery, and there's like a lot of candlelight, so it's light enough that you can see, but it's not so light that you will call attention to yourself outside of the building. But there's candles everywhere, and there's a small string quartet playing, and there are people in fine clothes. There are people in tuxedos and dressing gowns, and on the walls there is all of this art. There's beautiful art, and all of it is contemporary and new. There are paintings, there are photographs. You have someone who's doing sort of performance art dance in a corner, and the entire gallery space is full of the most beautiful people, all a little sad. There are, you see some famous people here. You see Edith Piaf is there. Josephine Baker is there. People that you may or may not know. Some of you may know some of them. Some of you may not know. There are artists, philosophers, actors. There's just this large crowd of people in this party that has art. And the art is all made recently. This is a secret art show. And everyone here is here for the same reason. And when Hannah sees you all, Hannah has got Regina with her, and she smiles when Oscar, Sylvie, and Tango show up. And she goes, and she sort of like indicates behind you so that you can see them come in.
I bet I hear them.
You do.
I bet I hear them before I see them.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would say that.
For sure, hear them before I see them.
Probably you hear Tango first.
I cover my face and I go, what are they doing here?
They're here.
Are you embarrassed? Is she covering her face?
I think she's
Hannah,
covering
darling,
her face.
Is she covering her face? Are you covering your face?
She is covering her face. She is
I can't believe this. I can't believe she's covering her
She
face. Right.
doesn't
I can't
want to be
believe
seen with
this
this.
either.
Do you
Oscar,
see
she's
how
embarrassed
good
of you.
Oscar? What
You're
did you
embarrassing
do?
her.
Why did you embarrass her? Obviously, I
Failing
look
of mine, I
fantastic.
guess.
Yeah.
There was a specific reason why I invited you all here. Regina would not tell you herself, but I want you to come over to this part of the gallery.
Oh, of course.
Yes. Well, this is great. I love art.
And she takes you to this part of the gallery, and on the wall there is time for break. It's time for break. There is something on the walls, and we will find out after the break. So everyone, I would like to get our. We have a couple of. We have some bits that were just donated from Rissa, our wonderful mod, who says 300 bits and says, "Poor Oscar, so troubled on behalf of two doting parents," and yes. We're going to go to break. I would like you to drink some water, stretch your legs, and before we go, I will say, Oscar, something on the wall might catch all of their attention, but there is someone in the crowd who might catch yours. And then we're going on break. That's it. We're going on break, everybody, for a little bit of excitement. Just a little bit of excitement. We'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody.
As the clock strikes, Star, the world's largest-selling single-edged razor blade, presents that noted war correspondent and journalist whose predictions of today may become history tomorrow, Wise Williams.
As the clock strikes tonight, greater events than any since the Second World War began appear to be in the making. This is particularly true insofar as they may affect the United States of America. Our leading statesmen fully realize the situation, although many people still seem unaware of the powder kegs that are strewn in our vicinity. Events move at such tremendous distance that to the average mind they seem of little concern. While many of us might like to see Hitler defeated, provided our contribution does not upset our accustomed way of life, still others have no love for Stalin and his communist regime. The summing up of American public opinion appears to be that if Hitler and Stalin succeed in cutting each other's throats, the rest of the world may live happily ever after. And this may be a case of self-deception. As a matter of fact, the Russian-German war is the climax of a world crisis. Ever since Germany's Blitz armies crushed France, Hitler has tried to organize his new European order, which he thought would be the natural result. He failed for the simple reason that the remaining neutral states, such as Spain, Portugal, Turkey, and Japan, have been reluctant to join hands with the conqueror so long as the great mystery of Russia remained unsolved. When Hitler launched his surprise attack against Stalin, he knew perfectly well what he was doing, and his decision had little to do with wheat, oil, or similar economic considerations. After his Balkan victories, the Red Army remained the only force which might upset his new order apple cart. So long as that army remained intact, he might not be able to impose his will upon the entire continent of Europe and such parts of Asia and Africa as form part of the general European picture. Every new Nazi victory in Russia, every new destruction of large Red Army units, brings Hitler that much closer to his universal aim. It is from this angle that the Russian war should be considered. It is true that the German army has suffered great losses in the Russian campaign, but under current conditions, these losses are replaceable. Today, Germany undoubtedly is the dominant power on the European continent. If Russia falls, probably no continental power or even combination of powers can successfully oppose Germany. And with every successive victory in Russia, the Nazi propaganda drums beat at an ever-increasing tempo. Today, the two principal pressure areas are in the east and in the west, and each presents a spearhead directed against the United States. The western area comprises France, Spain, and Portugal, including their colonies in North and West Africa. Spain would have been in Hitler's pocket long ago had it not been for France. Therefore, the decisions now being taken in Vichy under Nazi pressure will affect not only France and her colonies, but the entire Latin bloc of European nations. According to a reliable report, the London government circles believe that if Vichy submits, Spain and Portugal, including their overseas possessions, will fall into Hitler's lap. This would mean Nazi control or its camouflaged equivalent in Casablanca and Dakar, in the Cape Verde and Canary Islands, and in the Azores. In addition are the Latin American nations. Cultural bonds in that quarter are almost exclusively with Spain, Portugal, and Italy. It is well known that many political and economically prominent figures in South America have great admiration for Hitler and his works, although at present they refrain from publicly expressing opinions. Thus, we consider the Western spearhead directed against the United States. The eastern pressure area, of course, is represented by Japan, a member of the Axis by virtue of the Pact of Berlin and a confessed exponent of her own new order in Asia. Japan is definitely committed to strike at the earliest opportunity. Japan, like the European nations, has been held back only by the unknown factor of the Red Army. Her occupation of Indochina may still be regarded as a more or less independent move, but it was the last move which she can make without precipitating open conflict. Occupation of Siam means conflict with Great Britain, while a move into Siberia means war with Russia. Japan, dominated as she is by the military clique, is preparing for either move or both. Tokyo knows that England is not strong enough in the Far East to prevent a Japanese occupation of Siam. However, Japan does not know what the United States is prepared to do in the Siamese affair. Even if she attacks Siberia, which seems the more likely course at the moment, the southern push will only be deferred. A Russian collapse will inevitably force the Japanese push into Southeast Asia, placing the Philippines in a direct line of their war strategy. And here we have the eastern spearhead directed against the United States. There's a lot of talk these days about precision tools. They're the keystone of the defense industries. But let's not lose sight of the fact that precision tools long have been the backbone of peacetime industry. Many peacetime industries have contributed to the present emergency by the training of men who are now skillful makers and operators of precision tools.
The manufacturers of Star precision-made single-edge blades are proud of the fact that for years they have been training men to handle precision tools with microscopic accuracy. If some of these men are now employing the skills they acquired from Star blades toward the manufacturing of defense equipment, we are doubly proud, for we know they're extremely accurate, skillful, dependable workmen. Developing a Star single-edge blade to its super keen perfection calls for the same skill that is required in highly technical defense work. That's why a Star blade and a Star or gem razor glides over your face, smoothly, quickly, giving you clean, refreshing shaves. Men, I'd like you to try genuine precision-made Star blades. Try them at our risk. Your dealer will give you 2 Star single-edge blades free with the regular 12 for a quarter package. 14 super keen Star blades for only 25 cents. Use the 2 free blades. If you don't get the most comfortable, longest-lasting shaves you've ever had, return the remaining 12 blades and get back your full purchase price. After your first Star shave, you'll know why we're so proud of our part in training men to use precision tools. Now back to Wyatt Williams.
The Russian war presents several new developments which are gratifying to the Japanese. Perhaps the most significant is the bombing of Berlin by the Russians. Under existing conditions, the nearest bases from which these bombers can take off are in the Moscow area. The round trip between Moscow and Berlin is around 2,500 miles. This means that only the largest type of long-distance bombers comparable to our flying Fortress type could have made these flights. It should be noted that these flights occurred only after the Russian war entered its 7th week, although earlier in the war the Soviet bases were much nearer. The fact is that Russia did not have her longest-range bombers in European Russia at the outbreak of hostilities. Russian strategy in the West, because of proximity of bases to possible objectives, called for the employment of medium-range bombing planes, and many of these were brought down by the Luftwaffe during the first stage of the surprise assault. Russian long-range bombing power was concentrated in the Far East, particularly around Vladivostok, whence the Red Air fleets were intended to strike blows at Japan's overcrowded cities in the event of hostilities. Since these bombers have now appeared on the European front, obviously Stalin has transferred his bombing fleets from the Far East to Moscow, a fact which undoubtedly is satisfactory to Japan. However, these Russian air attacks on Berlin appear to have been carried out more from the propaganda viewpoint than for strictly military reasons. Stalin must show his people some offensive power, and the Berlin raids make excellent publicity. But their value is largely confined to the dramatic. The German capital has been raided so often by the British that a few bombs more or less make no appreciable difference. Obviously, the final outcome of the war will depend on the success or failure of the German land armies. In this respect, late reports are anything but encouraging. Reliable information via London is to the effect that the present position of Marshal Boudin's forces on the southern Ukraine front is desperate. This is the result of 3 strong mechanized spearheads which Field Marshal Rundstedt's Southern Nazi Army group has managed to drive far into the rear of the fortified Stalin defense system. In my last broadcast, it was reported that strong Nazi forces are pushing along both banks of the southern Bug River toward the Black Sea naval base of Nikolaev against virtually no opposition. The eastern of these forces is now veered inland from the Bug River and reached the
Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of City of Light and Shadow, Fate Resistance campaign. Our heroes are dealing with, we've been going through time. We've been dealing with a bunch of things, including the radio tower has gone down. And by the way, the radio tower has gone down.
Good riddance to it.
It's being repaired. The tower itself still stands, but like all of the electronics have been there was a bomb, is what I'm going to try to tell you. There was a bomb. And the communists have been blamed, and everybody's on quite high alert. But we've had Tango needing to deal with a lot. Our Tango, with him having shot somebody who works for the French Gestapo, and that shoe not having dropped yet, and that making him nervous, asking his smuggler friend to get him a huge bomb, and like try to figure out what to do, and his smuggler friend's like, maybe you should talk to, like, and I will point out that you actually do know a criminal group, the Cleaners, which is a part of the French criminal world. He doesn't know them, but y'all do. So, there's a lot in there. And sort of dealing with, sort of coming back, we've learned that they have now passed a law saying that Jewish people cannot be doctors anymore. And all of this leads to, and there's been a lot of discussion about how Hannah should maybe leave. And she's like, I really want to go to this shindig on Monday night. That's really important to me. And so you have all arrived at this shindig, which is a secret art showing at the Louvre, in one of the abandoned parts of the Louvre that's sort of shut off. You have passed by a number of crates worth of art, like lots, like not a little bit, but a lot, all marked with German letters to be shipped back to Germany. It looks like it's being stored there, right? Sort of like storage. And I will note that all of the art that was in the Louvre has been taken out of the Louvre before the Germans got there. So this is art that comes from somewhere else. It wasn't originally in the Louvre. And when we left off, the gang was brought to this wall where there were photographs. And one photograph caught their eye in particular because it has someone that they know in it. Regina, would you describe this photograph for them? One among many.
Yes, I would say it's a whole wall of like framed photographs. But the one that you see would be considered a boudoir photo of Hannah. Yes, it would be considered, except it's been processed. Or it's been processed to have multiple photos overlapped. And each one, Hannah's kind of posed not sexy. It's rather kind of forced and askew, I think is the best way. Like her body posed in weird ways. And it's been overlapped one frame to another frame and processed over and over so that her body appears multiple times in a almost like movement. But she's definitely in a lot less clothing than she is standing next to you now.
And she's just a tad embarrassed, but the photograph is very avant-garde and interesting and cool. And tell me about the other photographs on this wall. What else is there?
Well, you all see yourselves in a series of photographs of candids. A series of candids. Probably like blurred, right? Bright lights in the bar. From the angle of like taking it off the edge of the bar, we see only the hands of somebody, but it's candids of us working. And then on the other side is
wait, I want to go back to these. Tell me. Oh yeah, no, we can't let this one go yet. I want to know who is Sylvie in the Sylvie photograph. So with Hannah, we have this sort of like boudoir photograph where she's multiple people, but also the poses are not sexy themselves, right? It's a sort of interesting sort of movement, but
study of the form, but not of sex.
So who is Sylvie?
I mean, I imagine that like the photo of Sylvie is complete silhouette, right? Because cameras at the time and the way lights worked were different. So like if it's been taken from the audience on the stage, say, you see kind of the bright lights and only the silhouette of form, like the perfect Sylvie silhouette, right? Like on the stage. I imagine there's one of Tango, like eating something, laughing, right? Again, kind of a multi-process type thing. And I imagine, Oscar's not been around very long, so I haven't got quite as many candidates, but like Jules would be there.
Oh, tell me all
right?
about Jules.
Yeah.
I miss Jules so much.
Jules would be there. I imagine, right? I think Regina, yeah, her and Jules's first adventure was him driving her out of Germany.
Yeah.
So I imagine any chance you could get to take a picture of him driving. It's like nostalgic in
Mm-hmm.
some way. And he did a lot of driving
Yeah.
for us in the first season. So I imagine we see some like pictures of him driving. Because again, all of these photos are taken. Some of these photos are taken when she's using a radio. It's a cover, or that's how it was, right? So that scene of them in the van and her like clicking away, and she snaps a photo of him unknowing. It's that kind of thing. And then I think we do get a photo of Oscar. Regina knows he'd never let her take his picture, so she snapped a picture. I imagine it's the first photo. It's like of him walking in the door of the back of the theater. Maybe he's dropped a bag or whatever he was carrying, and his shoes, his perfectly shined shoes. It's of his feet. Nicely kept, well done. Pants touching just the top like a good German, but there's something about it that's totally Oscar. Oh, and you know what? Maybe she's overlaid. She's overlaid a second photo of his bare feet, dancer's feet. Trapped in leather.
Luke?
Oh, Luke. The photo we have of Luke is the photo we have of Luke is the night he sang. She got pictures from the back door, and so it's like of the whole club maybe. But there's Luke on the stage. Yeah.
And then you were saying on the other side of the wall.
Yes, on the other side of the wall is a series of landscapes of the city of France, overlaid each time by two negatives. You see the Eiffel Tower with and without a Nazi flag. You see what is the river or the canal
Seine
that runs through? Yes, the Seine. You see like the Seine, right? Before and after, and this idea of like she's kind of overlaying them. And yeah, I think there's a few anywhere she's ever done a radio broadcast, rooftops down on the city of France, an angle here, an angle there, but there's always that secondary smudge of another image, the one that's just constantly encroaching.
And Hannah is just beaming with pride as like some people sort of walk by and sort of make compliments on the photographs, because there are people like are sort of mingling around the whole space to sort of see this art, and the art is
Regina shrinks. She's trying so hard to hide.
But Oscar, there is someone who catches your eye. In the crowd, there's like a group of people. And in that crowd is Melchior. Mel is there talking to some other people. Like there's like a group of them. They're not actually too far away from you, but they're chatting, and you know your theater quite well. You see a couple of actors who are sort of well-known-ish. Some of them are film actors who probably have, it's occupied, like some French film actors who may or may not be doing as much as they could right now. You see, some playwrights, some actors. So there's like an interesting mix of sort of theater people who are all over in the corner, and it's interesting that there are singers here, there are actors there, there are. It's generally speaking a fairly bohemian crowd who are in this space, and there is Mel sitting there chatting. He hasn't seen you yet, but you saw him as he's smiling. He's got a little bit of gray and a little bit of crow's feet because he's aged a little bit. He's still young, but life has been a little bit hard in the last 10 years. Yeah. And that is the scene right now. I leave it to you all.
Sylvie is going to turn to Regina. She's got a quick pickup on this. You took these? Regina, darling, these are yours? You did this?
That is the idea, yes.
These are sublime. She's just gonna like scoop, just smush. Oh, she's smushing, and then she's gonna take and just like smush her face. These are so. I had no idea you were so avant-garde. These are just wonderful. I have run with many an artist in my day, and these are just phenomenal. Look at this. Tango, look at these.
I'm already looking at them, each and every one. These are amazing.
Oscar, look at these. Are you seeing this? Are these your feet?
Oscar, what do you feel about your feet? Do you feel like you really captured the soles of your feet?
The soles. That's funny.
That was a bad joke. I should see myself out. But Oscar, seriously, what do you feel about your soul?
He would keep his back towards the group in the corner, and he would saddle up shoulder to shoulder with Regina, and he would look particularly at the ones like the series of landscapes and the ones from the rooftops and everything. And in the most German compliment he could think of, he would say, "The artist's eye and the snipers. Good evening." And then he would turn to Hannah, "Thank you for inviting me." And he would leave.
Wow.
She goes, Oscar?
At least Oscar knows how to deal with this guy.
Oscar, I wanted to introduce you to someone who knows you. It's
What kind of statement is that? The artist eyeing the snipers.
He would look at Hannah and say, "I appreciate it, but no one here knows me." And he would leave.
And she looks sort of sad. And she was
Hannah, don't look. It's fine. It's Oscar. Oscar doing Oscar things. He does Oscar-y things. It's
I think he has gas.
It's either he either imparts wisdom or he just leaves. He has things like that. That's what he does. Or he dances. He dances,
Does he
or he imparts
leave
wisdom.
the room, or does he leave the Louvre?
Gone.
He
He's
leaves.
leaving everywhere. Yeah.
And as I was like, I'm gonna make sure he's okay. By the way, everyone, I'm gonna run out.
Yeah.
By the way, and I'm gonna go talk to Oscar. You can keep doing your scene if you want.
no, we're gonna globe over to you two, and then we'll come back to us.
So I'm gonna run up to Oscar. Hey, is this was something a bad call? Are you all right? I just want to make sure you're good. Make sure you're okay.
Thank you for your concern. I'm well.
Before you leave, and I know you're gonna leave, and I'm not trying to talk you to go back inside because you have your Oscar reasons. Do you want to have a cigarette and talk about something real quick? I know I got something to talk about.
He would find some place
Very dark.
Very dark and very hidden.
Tango's already going to the darkest corner. It's just where Tango knows where to go. It's just a thing. I think Oscar and Tango already have that path going. And he's gonna light up a cigarette, like 2 cigarettes in his mouth. He's gonna hand one over to Oscar.
I imagine it's in one of the abandoned galleries.
I'll go first. How about that? And maybe if you feel like talking about why you're ditching, because this is obviously Hannah setting up Rahina for a really good night, right? And I think that she wants her friends all the friends to be there, and I think we all want to be there for a special night that's going to happen. So probably a good reason why you're leaving, and I believe you for that. You don't actually have to tell me, but I need some advice, and you're full of really, really good advice. Most of the time, you're really good at advice, by the way. And I'd say most of the time, I haven't heard bad advice. I'm just imagining that there might be some bad advice from you about something. I don't know if it's relationship advice or if it's anything like that. I don't know what you're bad at yet. I haven't figured it out because you're so fucking perfect. I'm not angry about that, by the way. You have things, I'm sure, that are imperfections, and I'll let you talk about those if you'd like.
The entire time Tango's talking, he's looking over, like, just in the direction that they came to make sure nobody is following.
I imagine that you all are in one of these, like, really empty, abandoned parts of the Louvre right now, right? With, like, all just the empty, abandoned frames and, yeah.
So I got really 2 things. First off, I'm in real bad with this crazy Pete thing that I did. And I know I've looked into it, Oscar. It's real bad. It's going to put everyone in more danger than I've ever done before.
They were coming anyway.
Yeah. They would have knocked on, they were already here. We were already giving them protection money, thanks to Charlie. And selling their heroin, thanks to Charlie. I get that. But I can't not show force against them. And I already did real bad with Crazy Pete almost blowing his face off, which I'm real sad I didn't get to the brains. But, you know, I don't know what to do because they are far superior in numbers and weapons and everything. Much like the Nazis were fighting, and I get that. But the Nazis we're hiding in plain sight with them.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of reasons. Okay, I have a few really good reasons to stay in Paris. And I thought about leaving. What do you think?
This is a conversation similar to Hannah's.
Yeah, and you told Hannah to leave. So what would you tell me? I'm a soldier like you, a little different. Maybe killed as many people at this point, unfortunately. But soldier nonetheless, willing to fight, have a lot of things I love here, sure. But if I left, wouldn't it be a lot easier on everyone?
I do not see your logic. This Crazy Pete was going to come to Bricktops no matter what. Just because we were selling heroin or taking money, there will always be more. They will always want more. So it's just the way of bullies. And you and I are right where we need to be.
Okay. I felt like you were going to say something like that, and I'm glad. Because if I left, I wouldn't actually leave as much as I would hide in the shadows a little bit more. You know what I mean? But I felt like maybe you have some insight on what I could do.
I believe that your answer has already presented itself in this part of this attack that you gave to Pete.
Yeah.
They have not retaliated. This is 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
You have scared them.
I'm gonna be honest. I've looked into them, and I don't want them coming over near Sylvie or the Bricktops. I don't want them to be near my friends, and I plan on attacking them before they can attack me again in retaliation. So if you're down, I'd like to do something. I know where their headquarters are at, and I'm cooking up an explosive of some sort, and maybe there's more things I can do, but I don't believe in waiting around, if you know what I mean.
Do you wish to settle a score or make an example?
I wish that I don't want to live the life I'm about to live, Oscar. Because you know as well as I do that if I stay in Paris, I'm going to be a crazy Pete or whatever they are. But I know I'm kinder than they are. I know where my heart's at, so I don't know. I want them to disappear, and I want them to disappear in such a fashion that no one dares fox with me, my friends, the people I love. And if you can help me do that, then maybe we'll be a little safer, and maybe the streets will be a little safer. Because they're going to keep doing this to everyone.
I agree. Of course I will help you. That is what I am good at. It is safer than, and he indicates back towards the party. And also your feelings, your heart, that is what you must let guide you. This is not advice. This is fact. Do not stop listening to it. That is where trouble begins.
He's going to put a hand on Oscar's shoulder, and he's like, I know we don't know each other very well, and you're very German, so you're not in touch with your feelings as well as I am.
I'm very emotional for a German. I was in the theater.
Yeah. Yeah, you taught me a little bit about dancing. So once you know, I consider you a friend. So head on out. I understand you feel like you're putting people in danger by being here, or yourself, or something like that, whatever Oscar-y things are going on here. But take care of yourself, all right? If you ever need to just hang out, I'm around a lot of ladies lately. I really wouldn't mind like a guy friend, like someone you go out. Maybe you remember when we played poker that one time? You want to play poker again?
If this is something that would make you feel more masculine, then yes, of course.
I need things that make me feel a little bit more masculine. I'm going to be honest. Like, I know that Sylvie's okay with it, like she's okay with the not so masculine guy. Like, I don't know how to build things, but I'm not really great at, I'm not really great at a lot of things most standard men are great at, but and I asked you to teach me to dance, and I realized that may not be the most masculine thing I ever asked you to teach me, but do you know how to build something like a cabinet or a deck, or do you know how to barbecue? Can we just start with poker? Can we play poker and then smoke a cigar or something and talk about the old days of being German and me being American? Is that also... I should let you talk. I'm sorry. I do that a lot.
No. Poker and smoking, that is in my wheelhouse.
Okay. Oh, God, I can't wait for this mandate. This is going to be great. Okay. All right. I'm going to plan it out. It's going to be great. It might be over at Sylvie's, but I'm going to tell her that she need, like it's just a man only thing. Okay. We're going to get some cigars. I'm going to acquire some cigars. It's going to be really good cigars, and we're going to play poker sometime. All right.
And he would kind of think about returning the gesture of like placing a hand, and he would go ahead and do it, but you would see that pause, that kind of stop, and then it would go all the way.
Just like, it's an awkward pat, like a
No, it definitely loosens up about halfway. There's a hitch right in the middle of the reach, and then he would kind of take your shoulder and he would say, "And I feels the same way about your friendship. How could I not be friends with somebody named Tango?"
Oh, of course. Oh, I'm really glad we're going to do this thing. It's going to be great. It's going to be wonderful. All right. I can't wait to tell Sylvie. All right. Go do your thing. Yes. Also, have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he would crush out the cigarette and move away in the darkness.
And Tango would stand there a little longingly looking at Oscar going, "That's a beautiful man." And just try to crush a cigarette in the same way, and it wouldn't work out so well. So he has to do the thing, or like, "Oh, it's still out. It's still out. It's still out." He's like stomping on it now, that kind of thing. And then he's going to walk in.
While that conversation is happening, meanwhile, we go back and Hannah says to the two ladies, she looks a little distressed at Oscar leaving.
Hannah, darling, what's wrong? I'm sure you can introduce them later.
No, it was someone from Oscar's past, and he I met him at one of my parties, and
oh well, oh my goodness, who is it?
Oh, it's that young man over there, and he points to this sort of handsome young man, about actually Oscar's age, so maybe not that young, standing next to like this like gorgeous muscular blonde dude who's like a French actor, and that's also where Josephine Baker is, and Jean Cocteau is there, and some other people are there, and he's...
I think I should go investigate. I'll go fetch him for you.
No,
bye.
And
Sylvie goes over there. She's gone now.
And Hannah just turns to Regina and says, I couldn't even tell her who he was.
I'm sure she'll find out rather quickly. It's what she does.
I suppose that's right. Regina.
Yes.
Your art is beautiful. I think it's the best here.
Thank you.
I mean, that's okay over there, but...
It's not about the photography.
No, it's about the photographer.
On the back of every one of those photos is every name of every French person that they have killed in the last 2 months. I handwrote them over the last 2 weeks. It's not about the photography. You said you had someone you wanted me to meet.
Oh, wait, come with me. I think I see it over there. And she starts leading you down the gallery, where there are some, like, not super big people, but where some other people are
big
like,
wigs.
Yeah, this is not a big wig. It's actually somebody, quite less big wiggy.
Good. That makes Regina feel better.
And she sort of moves you down, and as we see you, we see you walk by, and the camera sort of stops with Sylvie, who's come upon this group of sort of, actors, sort of big actors, who are all there in this gaggle.
Oh Lord, a gaggle!
A gaggle. Some of them more.
That's how you know it's good.
Some of them more famous than others.
Type for a gaggle. Okay.
Oh yeah. Some of them more famous than others, right? Like there are some like big famous people, and then there are some people who are not as famous, like this young man and a couple other people. And you walk up into this group.
Also, Trooper, I spent the thing for the thing, just so you know.
Oh, good. And actually, y'all don't have 6 group fate points. I believe you have 5 left, and I will take care of that for you. Thank you. We'll go there. Yes, because you spent 1. Oh no, that wasn't from the group. That was an individual one to avoid consequences. Go ahead. So you were there, and there's like this group of people in there, and they're laughing. Some of them seem to be from their accents German. Some are French. It seems to be like an international group of folks there in this crowd.
So Sylvie is going to walk up immediately to Josephine Baker and pretty much go up and just like, Josephine, my dear, and
Sylvie,
like throw her arms around her. It has been too long.
And she gives you the kiss, like, you know, the bees, like the kiss on each cheek.
My darling, where have you been? You haven't been down to the club in ages.
Well, you know, I've been really busy. I've been touring, traveling around, occupied, and all over France, really. Now, how's the little club? How's Bricktops? Have you heard from her?
Oh, I haven't since she left, but you know she left the place to me years ago.
I know. I just thought she might have, I don't know, called in. I just hope she's doing well. Last I heard, she was in Mexico.
Oh, well, you know how long calls take from Mexico and how expensive they are these days.
That's true. That's true.
Than what it used to be. That's what I hear.
Anyway, how is it going?
Oh my goodness. Are you staying in Paris these days?
Well, I'm mostly touring. I'm in Paris right now, and I'm going off to Lyon next. Just mostly all around. Coming in, I'll be in Vichy doing radio work. They have me on the radio all the time. Although actually, I have a bit of a day off because something happened with the radio tower. So
I saw a lot of smoke coming from over there. Lucky you.
Well, I suppose, but you know, everybody needs money, so.
That's true. They don't pay you for a downtime, even for natural disasters.
No, and she just indicates to a corner, off in the corner, and she goes, I mean, I have costs a lot to feed my baby, and you see in the corner a pet cheetah with a collar and a leash, and there's like a dude who probably works for her who's standing there holding the leash of the pet cheetah that she has. There,
Josephine, you know, I've always wanted one of those.
Well,
it would wreck my apartment, though. You remember last time we were there, we had all the cocaine.
We did. Now, how are you doing?
You know, things around here. Well, I don't want to be a dark cloud on the party. This is a lovely place. Who is your friend? She indicates toward the actor.
She goes, he's not mine. He doesn't belong to me.
Oh, who does he belong to?
And she goes, I think he's here with, and she points to a woman, sort of like she's probably, at this point, she's like early 40s maybe. And she goes, Helene, who is this friend of yours? And this woman, she's got this kind of very expressive face. And she goes, this is my friend Melchior. He's one of the actors in the show we're doing.
Interesting. So is this is Fox asking, is this the gentleman in question?
Mm-hmm.
So you good sir, here, come have a talk with me.
And he looks a little like it's Hurricane Sylvie has just shown up, and he's not quite certain what to do.
No, she's not giving him a choice. She's just gonna like put her arm in there and just kind of usher him like not away, but just like kind of toward the edge of the
gaggle,
the gang.
And he goes,
So you tell me about you. Tell me everything. Especially how you might know people who might have been here at some point in time, here being in Paris, you know, people of the German variety, tall, handsome, chiseled, if you will. I'm not asking for anyone specifically. I'm just curious.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Some may call me a lover. Some may call me a matchmaker, an entrepreneur, as it were. I have many names, but you may call me Sylvie.
And he kisses your hand. It's nice to meet you, Sylvie. You're asking me private questions.
I'm a private woman.
But we don't know each other that well.
Well, we could get to know each other better if you would answer my questions.
You're going to need to give me a rapport. Because you're asking him private questions. And, you know, that's a...
But I'm so charming.
Well, you are more charming than you. He
just doesn't know what to do with Sylvie's aggressive nature.
Yeah. Well.
You're a performer, are you not?
Mm-hmm.
You like performing. I too am a performer. I've in fact been performing for many years. In fact, I own a bar in town, not very far from here. Say, do you like jazz?
Yeah.
Of course you do. Everyone likes jazz. Tell me this. When's the last time you've heard a good jazz tune?
I don't know.
Far too long from that answer. You know, we could invite this whole gang to come back to the bar.
Well, it's
Josephine! You know, since you have the night off, when a great time to come visit the bar would be?
And she's like, what, honey? What?
You should come to the bar tonight. Drinks on the house by me.
Well, I mean, it's after curfew. Do you think it's a good idea?
We can avoid everyone. And besides, we can party all night. It'll be like the olden days. Besides, if we're all there after curfew and we don't leave, we won't be breaking curfew again.
Well, it's not a bad idea, I suppose.
It's a great idea. Besides, we'll all have to leave here at some point anyway.
I suppose that's true. Well, I can get some of not all of these people. I mean, Bricktop's is not that big.
It'll feel like a full house. It'll be great.
Well, I'll invite some of my people. Sure. Why not? And she starts to go to ask, and she's like, well, how many people?
Oh, let's see. Full house is about 45, so let's say 50 to be on the safe side.
All right. I'll talk to my people. And she sort of drifts off. And this
feel free to bring the cheetah.
And the poor guy you've got is really not quite certain what to do with all of this. Like, he's never met you. This is a lot.
Well, life is a lot during these times.
So a jazz singer, that's wonderful.
A lot of it was serendipity. I actually found myself here in unexpected ways. You know, you don't have to tell me all of your secrets, but I will tell you this. No, I forgot. So what's your name again?
Melchior.
Melchior. Interesting. Well, you're a handsome fellow. Tell me at least something about yourself.
I'm an actor.
Wonderful. And you're in a show?
Yeah, I'm just in town for a short time for the show.
What show are you playing in? What sort of role? What do you do?
Oh, it's a one-night performance only.
Interesting.
Yes, it's and he just points to that woman, the woman who's in her early 40s. It's not her show, but she was in the premiere. She's very important. She asked me to be here personally for the show. But
you're being very vague. Is it a sexy show of some kind?
No, it's ones that I think would get people in trouble if they knew it was happening.
Interesting. Intrigue. I like it.
It's a Brecht show. Bertolt Brecht is what it is.
Interesting.
Yes, Dot?
Indeed. A question from the gallery arises.
Regina's not really here to say anything.
You're in the same space. You're not that far from each other.
You're not far away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I would think Sylvie has been around Regina long enough to know when something sparks her interest.
Yeah, Sylvie's doing something. She's putting on her her
and
spy act.
When they say Brecht, there's a slight eyebrow that raises, and you know that means that Regina is in deep.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. You know what? Sylvie wouldn't even bother to ask. Regina! Darling Regina, come here. I have someone for you to meet. Hannah, why don't you come here as well? You know Hannah, my dear friend. Hannah, why don't you come over? I hear that the two of you met at a previous party.
And he nods to Hannah, and Hannah nods back, and they clearly know each other a little bit. She's... we run in similar circles, so she was invited me.
Of course. Well, look at here. In fact, why don't you, Regina, you stay where you are. Why don't you come here with me? And so she's going to lead him over. Look at these beautiful photographs. Are these not breathtaking? Do these not they take your breath away, don't they? Yes, they are astounding.
Yeah.
Just astounding. Regina, he's an actor. What are you in again?
Congratulations.
I'm in a Bertolt Brecht play. It's Fear and Misery in the Third Reich. It's just
a good play.
Yeah, and over there, that woman, it's Helene Weigel. It's Bertolt Brecht's wife, and she was in the premiere here in Paris just a few years ago, and she's snuck in, and she brought me with her to do a premiere of the show. Not a premiere, but a one night only production of the show. Protest, you know.
I do, in fact. Where are you hosting such an event?
Yes, where?
Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to say, but we don't yet have a theater. We had one, but the theater owner got some important Germans showed up, so we couldn't use their theater. So we're looking for a theater. We're going to do the show a little bit earlier, but now we have to find a theater. But we
can help you find a space. Leave it to us. Do not worry your heads.
It would have to be a place where, you know, they're saying that maybe perhaps the regular theater places would not be the best place to go. But we need a stage. But also we're missing a few actors. Some of them couldn't make it across the lines, and so we have her here, which is amazing. Brecht couldn't make it, of course, but she's here, and she's amazing. And we just need a few more actors. We don't have everyone, and we don't have a theater anymore. We had one, but we don't. Anyway, it's a great dream of mine to actually do work with her, and we certainly couldn't do this in Germany at the moment, but
Regina looks fucking shell-shocked. This is a lot, like, there is so much happening right now. Would you mind introducing us to our Brecht?
Oh, well, I can introduce you to Frau Weigel, of course. Yeah,
Regina, they're all coming to the bar. We're going to sneak back and have an all-night party. Josephine Baker's going to bring them. Oh, Josephine! She's going to just kind of wander off.
I was, and he says to Hannah, I was hoping that Oscar would be here because I know he's in the city, and I thought he could maybe take on one of the parts since we are missing some people. And Hannah just looks at Regina.
Well, it seems that you may know Oscar well, so I would assume that you also know his temperament.
Well, I'm just happy to know he escaped.
He is well.
Is he... how does he look? Does he...
German.
But does he still have that look of a tortured artist? You know, he sometimes he gets this look on his face, and his hair just...
hopeless romantic, fine, I get it. Yes, he is still hopeless.
Well, has he arrived yet? I was hoping to see him.
He took an early leave.
Oh. Well.
Do not despair. I'm sure that you will see him around the club if you intend to attend.
Oh, it's I just hope we can do the show. We're trying to do something for the people of Paris, and people have come so far, and
Of course.
let me introduce you to Frau Weigel.
Yes. I look at Hannah like there are so many problems here. Regina's gonna burst. Regina is going to explode in this situation. There's so many bad things happening right now.
And Hannah's not quite certain what's like Hannah knows something's up, but she doesn't know what it is, right? She's like,
right, okay, there's so many bad things happening right now.
Oh, she misjudged the situation. She was trying to be so sweet to her girlfriend.
Tango, you're probably in from this conversation at this point in time.
Yeah, I know. At this point, that's when Tango comes in.
I grab him and he enters the room and I immediately push him back out of the room and around the corner.
Okay, what's going on? What's going on?
Stop speaking.
Okay.
There's a very good possibility that the guests here tonight are going to go from here to Bricktops. Now, on any other day, I would say this is a fine idea. But considering the fact that you blew open the skull of a gangster in our front yard, I'm going to say that that's probably not a good thing. If we have a party tonight at Bricktops,
let me tell you this.
we are a beacon for an oncoming attack.
Let me tell you this. They have not retaliated in weeks.
They're waiting for the opportune moment.
Listen. Let tonight happen. We gotta let tonight happen. Tonight cannot be that night where you just worry. I want you, and he's gonna cautiously put his hands on both of her shoulders, like, you're so wound up, and I've been wound up so much, but have you ever talked to Oscar? Just had that Oscar moment, that weird Oscar moment where he imparts that Oscar wisdom?
Yes, we drink vodka.
Yeah. Okay. Well, drink the vodka tonight. All right. Because your girlfriend.
If you say listen one more time.
Okay. All right. Your lady, you're having fun with her. That person tried to create a beautiful night for you, and you're so fucking wound up. And you know what? Why don't you appreciate it? Appreciate that somebody tried to do something nice for you. Take it from your friend. People are trying to do nice things for you. And maybe just tonight, something good will happen, even if there's a little bit of a party. And you know what? I will be on security duty, and I will be right there by the door. And if there is any amount of some jawless, crazy Pete, and I've been looking into them, by the way, I know their resources, I know their people. If they try to do anything tonight, they're going to get through me first. But I need you. Listen, you need this for yourself. Look at me. When was the last time you let somebody do something nice for you?
You said it again.
Damn it. I keep doing that. Why don't... and he's just going to
Your pep talk is not making me feel better. I'm gonna
okay,
be really
well, how about...
with you, Tango. Stop speaking for a second. Nothing good ever happens, Tango. Ever. Without massive repercussions. None of you were even supposed to be here tonight. And now we're talking about bringing some of the most important artists that we know onto the front line.
They're going to be on the front line, whether it's tonight. They're going to go somewhere, by the way, because if you know anything, like I know artists, they're going to go somewhere tonight. And if it's not Bricktops, where we are actually looking after them, it's going to be somewhere else where we're not. So wouldn't you rather our eyes be on them than some random people out there? And you care, right? Also, Will you just let Hannah do something nice? That's what she was doing. I
I'm
can see
here,
the
Art.
look.
I am wearing
That's
this dress
not
and the pearls, and I did all of it. I'm here. Of course I care.
Does she tell you look nice?
Yes.
Do you feel like you look nice?
Sometimes.
Okay. That's a start. Because I'm going to tell you right now, you look very nice. And Hannah is a very lucky lady because you are there with her and she invited your friends to see your art. And now she's inviting all those people out to celebrate things, art. Now, will you just, I know this isn't you, but try for Hannah, if not for anyone else, for Hannah, but mostly for you. Let a night in, one night in to your life, and just enjoy. Will you do that? For me?
Fine.
Okay. I'm on security duty. Your job is to make sure Hannah feels appreciated for everything she went out of her way to do for you tonight. Okay? You realize she went out of her way.
Yes.
You see what I'm wearing? Sylvie dressed me.
Well, we're both been dressed.
Yeah. She dressed me like a mannequin. Also, guess what? Me and Oscar are going to go have a man night.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, we're going to have a man night. It's going to be great. He's going to show me, like, we're going to play poker and have vodka. Oh, you got to tell me what kind of vodka German's like, because I'm going to get vodka for him.
Okay. I can make sure that you don't mess at least that much up.
Okay. Because I really need a man
Do you know
friend.
how to play cards?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make sure you don't embarrass yourself.
No, I played plenty of cards and won a lot of money off of it, of course. Oh, wait. I don't know how to play cards legally. I don't know how to play cards like in a standard way. You know what? It's fine. I'm going to get it. I got it. I got this.
Do your best not to con Oscar.
I won't
I fear
con
for you.
Oscar. He's just... I really like Oscar. I hope he's going to be my friend. Okay. Okay. So we both have our things to do, right? I'm in charge of security and you are in charge of happiness, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Pinky swear? You do that? Do you do that? Pinky swear? Come on.
I do not wiggle that at me.
Go. Come on. A little pinky square action? No?
Save it.
Fine.
I'm not that happy.
What do we do? Draw blood? What do you do in Germany?
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
Come on, let's go. Now put on your smile. The real one. The way she makes you feel when you're all alone and no one can look at you.
Stop.
That one. You did it for half a second. I don't know if you noticed. Come on, come on.
What do you want from me, Oscar? I mean, Tango. Do you want me to...
It's always Oscar. Oscar's in everyone's mind. Is it because of the chiseled features? Is it because he knows what to say all the time and he's so poetic, but also, and all, you know what? I don't have a problem with Oscar, by the way. I am very in tune with who I am, and I have a lot of great qualities to bring to the table. It's not a... Anyways, what I want from you is just to be happy in the face of all the things that are terrible, because otherwise you're just misery on top of misery. And you, me, Sylvie, Oscar, Jules, you know what we deserve more than anything else in life? To crack a smile every now and then, okay? To feel a little love, that flutter in your heart that makes you know what you're fighting for. And I know you know what you're fighting for, but I don't know if you just let that that heart flutter happen. I've been reading a lot of books about fluttering hearts, and I'm just saying, you need one. Also, you flutter her heart, and I just love a good love story, right?
Love stories never end with happy endings.
Well, good thing we're at the beginning, sweetheart. Let's go.
Inside the party, Josephine Baker's sitting there with Helene Weigel and Sylvie. And Josephine has angled up at you. And she goes, now, Sylvie, my friend over here, Helene Weigel, she's in the theater. She's got a bit of a problem.
I feel like I was hearing something about this, but you can never trust word on the street. Please tell me yourself.
Well, she needs a theater for her show that she's going to be doing soon. And she can't do it in the theater that they were supposed to do it in. It's supposed to be a secret performance, one night only. And I've been to Bricktops, and you do have a stage.
Only one of the best.
Well, I mean, I feel like no one would expect a theater show at a nightclub now. And maybe you could let the show happen at your place.
Well, what night were you thinking?
Well, are you still shut down on a Monday?
We are.
Well, then maybe one of these Mondays. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
I think it would be lovely. Let me talk to the crew. After all, it is their only night off, and I would hate to spring something like this on them unexpectedly. However, I can tell you this. If we're not able to have it at my stage, I will make sure that we provide a stage for you.
All right, because they've been having a little bit of trouble, and they have all sorts of connections in the theater world, but all the big theaters are a little bit too big, if you know.
No, you have to have quieter connections, at least in this time and place, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, and the show's, it's not supposed to be.
I understand.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to go and get my cheetah, and I'm going to take some people with. I love that piece. And she sort of moves off this way as things start sort of winding down, and Hannah finds Regina and says, Regina, are you ready to see my friend?
Yes, anything you'd like.
All right. I worked hard to get her here because she doesn't like to be out in large groups. She hasn't been to any of the house parties we've been to yet, but I thought that you should meet her. She's the one who got us in here tonight.
I would like to thank her personally.
And she takes you to this, to like a corner, and there's a woman, and she is, she's got sort of hair in a bun and like small glasses, like kind of tiny glasses. She looks a little mousy. She's again like maybe early 40s, and she's wearing sort of like a it's a dress, but like a navy with little polka dots in it. It's not particularly fancy, but like fancy enough. And she was, Regina, this is my friend Rose. She works at the National Gallery at and Rose, this is Regina. She's the one who did the photographs that you that I showed you earlier. This is Rose Villard. She's an art historian.
Rose, I know exactly who you are. I am Regina Berger. It is nice to meet you.
She looks a little suspicious that you know who she is. It's like,
I was a student, an art student myself.
It's your artwork is wonderful. It's
Thank you.
Very nice. It reminds me a little bit of some work from the 1920s that I quite liked. It's nice to meet you. And it's this thing you can just kind of tell that she's just sort of like keeping the space. It's like this is her space and she's keeping watch over it. Like, like when somebody's having a party in your house and you're making sure that nobody spills things, right? It's that kind of, she's keeping a lookout on the space that there's a party here, and it's clear that she's going to make sure that things look like there's been no one here when everybody leaves.
Yeah, there's no proof of what's gone down. Did you curate the whole show?
She nods. Well, I did not do it myself. I had only. I don't know if you know. Francois was also involved, and also Irene. I don't know. Yes, but we looked at all the artwork. Yours was beautiful. Yes, and there's this little sadness about her, right? In this, like, a lot of people are having a lot of people here are having a really great time, and are like quite happy and boisterous. But there's just this little bit of sadness in her eyes.
Regina knows what a lookout looks like. Like, she knows what a scout looks like, and she removes her back from the party and like stands on the same plane as Rose. And she says, it feels empty, doesn't it?
And there are some rooms that are not empty that should be.
Yes. I heard they got most of the art out.
They did, but many people have private collections that are no longer theirs.
They will be one day. Can be.
Can be. With good record keeping.
Agreed.
And she looks around and she says, Hannah told me something.
Did she know?
She did about you.
Did she now?
Mm-hmm. And she just sort of leans in very close to you, as if perhaps she's picking something off of your fur. Like there's a thing, perhaps, and she just sort of
okay.
And she's just sort of like looking at your fur very carefully to sort of check its quality. And as she leans in, she says, "There are 2 wings of art that are going to be shipped to Germany, and not everything is kept in the National Gallery. There's not enough space. Sometimes they keep things here before transit, and I can leave a door open. It's too much to take in a truck, but it could be something. I know that's what you do."
When?
You tell me. I know this is I know you have logistics or whatever you need to do. You let me know, and I can keep the door open.
Okay. That's interesting.
It's a beautiful fur you have.
Oh, yes, thank you. And I kind of, brush where she was.
You don't want to get anything on it?
No, of course not. It is a family piece, belonged to my mother.
Oh.
I am in this neighborhood every 3 days or so. Maybe I could come back by.
Why don't you just give Hannah a date whenever you're ready, and I will make sure that at night the door you came in is unlocked.
I don't think she picked up on it. Regina told her 3 days' time is when this will go down.
Mm-hmm. She didn't get it, right? Because she's kind of doing herself.
And Regina kind of smiles and she says, "Wonderful. Hannah and I will see you in 3 days."
Oh. And she smiles.
Do you speak German?
9. And she smiles with that look that says, "Oh, she does."
Yeah, Regina knew it. She smiles too, and she says, "Good. Don't ever let them know."
And she has this kind of a slightly anxious look again with all these people who are drinking wine and looking at art. It's getting so late.
We will find an after party. Isn't that what artists do?
But not what historians do.
No, definitely not. Thank you for your hospitality and for making a space for us.
I wish I could curate this art. It's beautiful.
I kind of look around and go, well, you looks like you curated it to me.
I just wish it could stay. But it'll have to be packed up and go.
Yes, well, everything is changing. The one thing that doesn't change is that there is art.
Yes.
Creation and destruction, the ultimate balance.
As long as there's art, there's still humanity.
So I've been told.
I've seen your work. You know it.
Yes. When you're done and the pieces come down, you might find it interesting to remove mine from the frames, as a historian and all.
All right. Thank you. And Hannah speaks very well of you, and your art says it is all true.
Yes, well, she tends to flatter, but I approve.
Oh, and she looks a little uncomfortable for a moment. I don't know if this is the sort of thing that you would want to know.
I am always interested in knowing.
Herr Goering will be in Paris again soon for another, to take more art, another showing at the National Gallery. He will be here again. I know he comes frequently to take art, and
Oh, I know his taste personally.
well, he'll be coming back into the city soon.
Thank you. That is of great interest to me. Well, let us see if we cannot wrangle the cats.
Oh, thank you. And there's that kind of like relief that the idea
Yes.
that
Regina knows social anxiety when she sees it.
Yeah.
And she looks at Hannah and she goes, I was told there would be an after party.
Oh. Well, I suppose we have our duty.
Yes, I suppose we do. We could use some help getting everyone out of here. You are a rather charming individual.
Thank you. I think it's my bedside manner. And she starts trying to help facilitate as Rose is just a little stressed out about the size. And people start beginning to move and move themselves out. Now, where does Oscar go?
Oscar would probably be walking around. But definitely not like main thoroughfare. Just, in the alleyways, and because Paris is so dark, just hiding in the shadows that are naturally occurring. And he'd probably watch Bricktops, but with the conversation that he just had with Tango, he too has been concerned after having heard what he had heard. So, and he's always curious to see if someday he's going to stumble upon somebody watching them from a position. So he would probably just eyeball the eyeball spots on Bricktops.
I would like an awareness, if you do not mind.
Well, sure.
That would be lovely. I would appreciate that very much.
This one's average.
It's average. You are sort of peeping around, and it's late. There's nobody on the road, and it does not seem as if anyone is currently watching you. You can hear faintly in the distance some music somewhere. Someone is not shut down, but it seems so quiet here. Like everything is calm. You hear the church bells chime for 2 a.m., but it's all quiet. You can certainly post somewhere to be on a lookout if you like.
Because he's canvassed the area, he would probably, a building that he knows to not be too inhabited, he would jump up and either grab hold of the fire ladder to the roof, or if it has an escape, he would do that. But he would do it quickly. Like he'd just be walking along and then spring up and grab hold and start climbing. In the event that whenever something is quiet, especially during wartime, that's when bad things happen.
So as you're in this sort of a roof place, right? It's a small store perhaps, and everything is quiet and fine, and you hear the sounds of people coming in. Looks like a bunch of people are coming to Bricktops at 2 a.m. A lot of people. And I don't know how you feel about it, but you notice something at your feet as you are on this little roof watching the club. It's just, you know, when you're a dancer and you know when things are level, and you know when you're stepping on something, and you perhaps, I don't know if you look or not, but there's something that you're stepping on in the darkness, which you can't see because it's completely dark.
He would take out his lighter, and is he looking at like a cigarette butt or something?
Ooh, close. Many cigarette butts. Not one, but many. It looks like somebody, not now, has been standing here, perching, not briefly, but...
This is where he's been looking for the spotter then. Are these hand-rolled cigarettes, or are they manufactured and pressed, or are they?
These are... why don't you give me an investigate? Give me a discover roll.
Sure. It's an average night.
Yeah. You can ask me one question about this space. Just one. But this is, by the way, a tie. So you either ask me at a minor cost. That's going to be like a minor cost.
I will spend my fate point.
Fair.
And
what's your justification?
Let's see. The show must go on.
Ask me one question.
Trying not to give anything away as I ask. Let me do this. You say there's a lot of cigarettes there. Can I tell, like, just by discoloration, use, number, how long I think, if this has been a frequent purge, how long has this purge been put into play?
And you could also, and I'll also tell you about those cigarettes. They're not hand-rolled. They are very expensive. These are cigarettes with like a little gold band on them. They are French. They are really pricey, right? These are these are cigarettes you're probably only going to get at like a pretty pricey store. And there are you would say probably over a week. There's been a perch here over a week, but not longer than that. So certainly less than a month, but more than a week. Somebody with very expensive tastes has been hanging out here on this perch.
Okay. Yeah, that's... He tries to... He'll go back to, if there was a... was this an exterior climb to get in?
Yeah.
He'll go back and make sure there wasn't any type of like fell at the top of the ladder, you know, like a string that was tied across the top, you know, make sure that there's some type of like someone's been up here mark, or you know, just double check and see if there was anything that he knocked over inadvertently on his way up here to make sure that it remains undisturbed.
Notice.
You need me to do another awareness?
Awareness, because it's, you know, late at night.
Super average.
That is a fail. You can take the fail, or you can succeed at a major cost, or you can spend fate points.
I do not have any more fate points, so I will...
Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
What would a major cost be? This is my first time.
Well, you can succeed, but something terrible will happen to you because of this. Let's see.
I'll take the fail.
But like you can have a bad thing happen to you. That's fine. I mean, that would be all right, right? Well, you don't have to have a bad thing happen to you if you don't want to. All right. You cannot tell if there's been a security system. And all these people crowd into this club, and there's laughter and joy and conviviality. And it's, you know, not particularly loud. It's great. Everyone is having a good time. Do you go in, or do you Batman it out up there?
What he's going to do, just to being German and paranoid, Oscar would do the following. He would get a bottle, even from the trash, a bottle of wine, and he would get some type of, whether it be like a piece of burlap or something like that, and take it up there and set up a fake scene for a picnic on the top of the roof, off in the opposite corner where the cigarettes were.
Give me your perform as opposed to deceive, right? It would normally be a deceive, but your stage setting.
There we go.
Yes. Yeah. So you get a nice stage scene up there. You, which by the way, will give you a boost as well. And we'll call this one, we're going to call this a staged scene, which will give you bonuses for deception or anything on those matters. Speaking of which, by the way, how are the rest of you all doing in this party? It's quite loud and raucous, and everyone's having a great time. Well, I mean, I don't know how great of a time you all are having, but the rest of you are all having the rest of them are all having a great time at Bricktops.
So I think just go ahead and put in what Tank is doing. Because he already had that conversation with both Oscar and now Regina, he's going to basically be on like party dad duty, because he's been party dad before, where he's not going to drink as much. He's actually going to make sure, you know, he does his Bricktop thing where he's kind of a half waiter, half I got you, bro, that kind of guy. But he is actually going to be on the lookout for any mischievous stuff or anything that may, because at this point he wants Regina to have like the best night possible, and like he feels like this is a very romantic night and a great gesture by Hannah, and he wants everything to be perfect.
Josephine Baker keeps pushing at Sylvie to sort of say yes to using the club. there are some. It's basically a bit of a wild night for a while, and at one.
Sylvia's she's I mean, once she's in her place of work, she's working. So I mean, she's going to be hostessing essentially, and making sure people are entertained and having what they need, but also not burning the place down and like not leaving the building and anything like that. And also being like, we're not going to agree to this now, but we'll talk about that later, and but if she's trying to talk to her about it, she'll be like, hey, look, what's this? Oh my goodness, have some,
It's a fairly, other than that, it's a fairly uneventful night. I think that Hannah would eventually want to go home a little bit earlier than everybody else wants to go home, because everybody else wants to go home at 5 or 6 in the morning, and Hannah would like to go home not 5 or 6 in the morning. That's a little bit late for her. And she would probably tap Regina to see if Regina will just go.
The moment she is ready to go, Regina is.
Basically, Hannah will be there at the party for at Bricktops for a respectable amount of time, but she will want to leave a little bit earlier.
Oh, it'll be that moment where Tango's like, oh, and she's the one who wanted this party to happen, and they leave early.
Regina is just uncomfortable. She's just uncomfortable. She smiles because Tango told her to, and she's really, really nice to Hannah. But she's really miserable.
Those two leave, and this party is going. Hey, everybody who are left at the party, would you all like a fate point today? Because you're having a loud party, and there are eyes and ears everywhere, and I feel like a patrol might come by and take interest in the party that is happening. Would you like that?
I would not like it, and I'll tell you why. Because Sylvie is always prepared, and she is so prepared that she knows this building. She has been in this building just a lot, and she knows exactly how loud it can get without drawing attention, and she knows how bright it can be without drawing attention, and so she will not be wanting a fate point for that, because she already has people breathing down her throat.
She's got it covered.
All right, well, give me a fate point then instead.
Does this have to be mine, or is this one of the?
Can be one of the group ones. It's up to y'all.
Yeah, we haven't cashed in any of these yet.
I would,
yes.
by the way, while you're doing that, I would like to have a brief moment with Sylvie before she goes, does her thing and maybe goes on stage and does whatever she's going to do, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go to Sylvie and just be like, are you having a good night?
Oh, I suppose it's going about as well as it can. Look at all these people we have here, and some famous faces. I'm sure you recognize, well, some of them. What about you?
I do. I'm okay. I'm just
okay.
And he gives her kind of this eye that she's probably never seen before. He just says, earlier I meant it when I said that there are people I love, and that's why I'm going to stay in Paris, even though I've put a lot of people in danger with my actions. And I'll be honest, I feel like my actions are justified, and and he's going to look at her and he's like, I'm going to go after them. They're not going to have them harassing you or anyone else in this neighborhood anymore, and I'm going to do it. And there's going to be a lot of bloodshed, maybe even mine, but whatever.
Well, I mean, that's what we're doing. We're the resistance, right?
Yeah. It's just...
And plus, I know how much you, Regina won't admit that she's your best friend, but I think she knows. I think you both know.
Yeah, I'm afraid to lie to her, honestly.
I mean, nobody would. She carries at least 3 guns on her person at all times.
Oh, did I tell you about Oscar?
What, does he carry more guns on him? I mean, he has more places.
No, we're gonna have a mandate. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna worry. I'm gonna talk to you about that later.
That's exciting. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it. Like, I really wanted more guy friends, and now I got a guy friend. You know, I have to figure out some German vodka, and then I'm gonna have to have like a poker night. Darling,
is this a mandate in the traditional sense? Will you give me every detail later?
I can't, because it's men only.
Oh,
yeah.
This hurts me deeply. I'm wounded.
Well, that gets me to the next point. Because the thing you said you loved is yourself. And I'm just going to let you know it kind of hurt. So you can fight for you, and that's fine. I'm just going to let you know that I'm going to love you and leave you wild, because that's what you deserve. And that's that. And I know who you are, and you know who I am, and that's what it is. So I'm gonna check the back for some things, and I think you're due to go on now. I just want you to know that that you're loved, even if the only person you love is yourself. He's gonna walk away.
Sylvie doesn't have a response to that.
And Josephine's like, Sylvie, come on and sing. I just sang. Your turn.
Yes, of course. So she is gonna go up. And so where did he go?
Looks like he went
he's actually at this point gone to the bar, and he looks over at Charlie and he goes,
Charlie's not there because you did not tell her that there was going to be an after party.
She does not need to know this. She has a lot going on in her life, and she doesn't need this. She doesn't need all this. This is too much for her.
Okay.
To handle right now.
Well, he's gonna get.
You're the bartender right now, I'm afraid. You're the bartender and security. Oh, Tango.
So, Sylvie will go up, and she kind of just.
He's like pouring himself a drink at a bar at this point, and just kind of like look. He's not even looking at Sylvie as she's like going up to the bar.
She's kind of just up there for like a second before doing anything.
Before you play the music, I need to talk to Regina and Oscar for a moment. At this moment, of course, the spotlight's on Sylvie and the music comes up. The band is there playing. And it's kind of like a mishmash of a band, really, because it's who you had. And the room is full of all of these amazing people. And life is great. Sylvie's good. Well, I mean, I don't know how much it's great for everybody. But, you know, everyone's having a pretty decent time. Some exciting folks are there. And Regina and Hannah are maybe 2 blocks away from the club. They're walking home in the dark. And Oscar's on the top of this roof, making sure, right? He's staged the space, and he's on the top of the roof. And inside the club, Sylvie has started to sing. And the people inside the club do not know what I'm about to tell Regina and Oscar, because it's a little bit of time before it will happen. You see, at this point in time, Sylvie's already started singing. She's been singing, it's great. I don't need either you or I need neither one of you two to roll to notice this, because it is easy to notice if you're outside on a roof or a couple blocks away. You hear the sounds of trucks, multiple trucks, heading towards the club. Oscar, you can see them from your vantage point. You can see like a couple of trucks heading in. Regina, you hear them. He can see them a little bit before you can, but they are close and they are coming. Meanwhile, inside the club, I hand it over to you, Sylvie.
Thank you. Hush now, don't explain. Just say you'll remain. I'm glad you're back. Don't explain. Quiet, don't explain. What is there to gain? Skip that lipstick, don't explain. So he makes eyes directly at Tango. You know that I love you, and what endures, and my thoughts of you, for I'm so completely yours. Cry to hear folks chatter, and I know that you cheat. Right or wrong, it don't matter when you're with me, sweet. Hush now, don't explain. You're my joy and pain. My life is yours, love. Don't explain. You know that I love you, and what love endures. All my thoughts of you, for I'm so completely yours.
And right as she's finishing the song, the door bursts open. And men in uniforms flood into the club. And they start yelling in French. And they start saying, "Everyone, this is a raid. This is the calling you." And you see Henri Lafont. You see Crazy Pete with this huge sort of bandage, and men with guns, men after men, rolling backwards. You two.
I'm just going to, by the way, I am not looking at all perturbed.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to sit at the bar, and I'm just going to still staring at Sylvie as she had made her song, and she had looked at me as she sang it, and even as they are there, I'm just going to clap. even when there's like probably dead silence, everyone's in disarray. And I'm going to look at everyone and I'm going to point at her and I'd be like, I love that woman.
And you two have this moment with each other.
And I'm just going to have my drink in my hand. I'm just going to look right at Sylvie. I'm like, they're probably going to shoot me now, but I love you, Sylvie.
Not yet. And
outside, outside, because we have to back up a few moments.
Oh, no.
Because they burst in as your song ends, but you two, Oscar and Regina, and also Hannah, have got some moments as you see these trucks converging on the club.
Okay.
Numbers, yeah.
Yeah, how many are we talking?
You've got 4 trucks. In them, you probably have about, I'd say, 26, 27 people total coming in, which they probably have more people than that, generally speaking, but it doesn't look to you like, I mean, if rumor has it is true that they have huge numbers, let's say, it doesn't look like they felt like they needed more than, like, say, about 26 or so for...
I would like to I'm going to spend a fate point to create an aspect.
Tell me.
If there are that many of them here,
yes,
it means that they are not walking the streets elsewhere.
That is correct.
I immediately look at Hannah and I go, run back to the bunker and you stay there. Do you hear me? Do not leave. If anybody is injured, we will bring them to you.
She grabs your arm. She nods, right, with this understanding. But she also sees how many people there are, and they have guns. And she leans in to kiss you.
Oh, I absolutely kiss her back. And I go, thank you for tonight.
And she runs. And she will make it home, no problem.
Take off these damn heels.
Yeah.
I throw them. I grab guns off of my thighs and I start, like, running that direction, trying to keep to the shadows to get closer to the situation.
Oscar, what about you?
Anybody staying outside, or do they all 26 of them pour into the club?
You have got, I would say, maybe 4 or 5. We've got 4 trucks, so you're going to have, the drivers are going to stay outside, and probably 2 more. So I'd say about 6 stay outside and about 20 go inside. And they're all going in the front. Like, they've sort of, like, pulled up to the front of the club.
Okay, and they're not carrying, you said that the trucks don't have any type of identification on them. They're not German
trucks. They don't have, like, any of the German symbols on them, and the uniforms these guys are wearing are not German uniforms. They're wearing these sort of, like, dark blue uniforms. They look military-esque, you know what I mean? Enough, they look military.
Is this the French?
Probably, yes. Yeah.
This is the mafia.
Yes, it is. And you know,
and they're pretending to be Nazis, I think, but they just walked in with guns and said, this is great.
I got plans for them.
So do I. I believe this is what we call chaos.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole plan is Oscar takes that burlap that he used, tears off a piece of it, and he's heading down. My intent is to sneak up on this group, and I'm going to blow up one of the trucks.
Okay. I imagine as you sneak around, you see Regina there, fur dress, hiked up, and she's stabbing their tires out.
I was going to do the same thing too. I need a distraction. Yeah.
However, that's what we call it for tonight.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, that's it for tonight. We're going to pick up next week with about 20 of these French Gestapo
oh my gosh,
inside the club with a bunch of famous and important people and about 6 people
have
outside
access
the club.
to a bunch of hidden guns. I'm just saying.
And there are some hidden guns. There are hidden guns. There are 2 of you outside. Hannah is making it home.
Okay, good.
As far as you know, she will not get into danger, but she may not go home. She might like you to. Would you spend a fate point?
I just spent a fate point
Would
to
you
make
spend-
sure she got home.
Will you spend one more?
To save Hannah? Hell yeah.
It's not a save. It's for her to get something that she wants.
We'll spend all the fate
that
points to
she
save
wants?
Hannah.
Yeah, for sure.
Will you spend one for her? Thank you.
I just did, yeah.
Thank you.
Hannah's fam, all right?
She's not going to go home. She's going to go somewhere else.
Hannah's never going to die.
She's
Just letting you know that, Trooper.
She's going somewhere else because she also saw what is happening. And she thinks that she can help. But what help that will be, you'll find out next week. It'll also take her a little bit of time to gather
So many nails in the road.
her help. I'm just going to point out that you all have things. She's a member of Bricktop's Brigade, correct?
She is.
Okay. That means she has access to the things on the Bricktop sheet.
Oh, I guess that's true.
And she's going to try to bring some of those things to bear. It's going to take her a little bit of time.
Oh, man, this is tough. This is going to be a rough situation.
But I will tell you...
Oscar's there?
Yeah. I will tell you where she's going if you want to know. That fate point was to activate your allies, the cleaners.
The cleaners to show up and help.
Yeah, all right.
She's going to try to find them, right? Because she's like, okay... Right, like, this group knows some criminal people, and they probably have people and guns, and maybe I can get to them and try to get them to come here. She's going to try to do that. Yeah, but that's going to be our ending for today. Ponder it. We've got 2 people inside the bar with a bunch of civilians and a bunch of mobsters who have badges, which is the best thing you can have, and then 2 people with guns and sabotage on their mind on the outside. And that's gonna be it, my friends. I am so excited for all of that. Why don't we have some donations that happened, and I would like to read them. We will see what they say. So first off, Gil Gerard was Buck Rogers, if I remember correctly, right, from the TV show from the late 70s, early 80s, with Aaron Gray. Gil Gerard, I think, donated $10 and said, "Dag nabbit, so good, thank you all." Also, Rissa donated 1,000 bits and said, "I love this crew." And Will and TW, who, by the way, is taking notes for us so that I can put them up on our website, which is not yet live, but it's close, donated 100 bits and said, "Oh boy, the scene at the Louvre and Sylvie singing, what a night." And Feels donated $25. Thank you, Feels, and said, "I really felt the weight tonight." And also we get 200 bits from Rissa for the lovely song by Sylvie. Thank you, everyone who's donated. Thank you so much. You are helping pay this cast for the amazing work they do. Please, I just want to give them so much love for all of this, for all that they have done. And so I would like, if you do not mind, to go around and have you all introduce yourselves, say where we can find you, and then give love to somebody else this episode, and then tell me your burning question. And we're going to start with Stiver because Stiver's got to go. So we're going to start with Stiver. And by the way, I just want you to see, in my mind, there was like this slow motion moment where Sylvie and Tango were just looking at each other as people in the bar are kind of freaking out.
Yeah, in my mind, people are freaking out. There's guns being like drawn, whatever. And Tango doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Tango doesn't give a shit. Like, he doesn't give a shit because he's crazy. He's tightly wound. Like, he's just been living in this weird world.
He held Regina hostage at this party all night.
He held Regina hostage. He's like, for your own good, Regina, you're gonna have fun and you're having a romantic night. Let her romance you. You know, like, he's doing that. He's just had enough. And he snapped.
I want to imagine.
Snapped. You know what I mean?
I want to imagine it's the movie where, like, it's this whole thing. Then slow motion, they come in, they have this nice moment, and then, like, he hits the bar, gun pops out, he stomps the floor, gun shoots out of the floor, and then just everyone goes fucking nuts.
I'm gonna be honest, Trooper. Next session, we are gonna go ham on all the guns that Oscar, because That's what we're doing. This
All
is
my
what
friends know how to use guns. We're all crazy.
I don't think
And
everybody.
everybody in that bar is coked out of their fucking mind.
Right, and you're gonna put guns in their hands?
That'll be
Oh,
great.
Lord. They're gonna start shooting each
Shoot
other.
at least some bad
Yeah.
guys.
I like what someone said. Tango has had a 2020, which
Yes.
means that you're feeling every emotion under the rainbow. It means are you
And time
feeling
has both slowed and sped up.
are you feeling angry? Are you feeling rejected? Are you feeling held hostage? Are you feeling, I don't know, happy for those fleeting moments? That is what we're all feeling. So how dare they give me one good romantic moment and then there's a gun in my face? Tango is gonna kill every motherfucker with a gun now.
I'm gonna note this is the French
The
Gestapo.
burning question, by the way, is going to be what motherfucker is going to point a gun at me?
Oh, well,
A lot of them.
a lot of them.
I don't care.
Perspective.
Next
Just
session, by
ponder
the way.
it. Just
I'm gonna be
ponder it.
honest, and this is for real. Tango might die next session.
You can always concede. Remember that. In fate, you can always concede. And
Or
if,
go out in a blaze of glory.
Blaze of glory!
And that was the last
Turn out
anyone
and
saw
fade
of Team
away.
Chaos.
and if you concede, you get
Just
to
a
decide how
bullet
you're taken
hole.
out.
It's just a bullet hole banana shirt that's just fluttering.
just fluttering in banana pieces. Just
Yep.
strips of banana peel just flying through the air.
Hawkeye says prepares to audition to replace dying characters. Oh, don't worry, I already have replacements. I have PB and also Marcus as possible
I
replacements.
do not need lesbian love drama
Oh,
right now.
Maybe you do. Maybe you do.
Trooper.
Also, thanks, Hawkeye. Appreciate you already replacing me. I hate you.
We're gonna start with Stiver. Stiver, tell me who you are, what you do. Give some love to somebody else in the cast tonight, and then give me your burning question for next week. And
I gotta say, okay. Burning question for next week. Give some love, and who am I? I am Stiver. You can find me at Holy Stiver, all things social media. I do podcasting, and there's a lot of actually stuff. There's some stuff in the works for me doing some more streaming outside of just this. So I'm actually really excited about that because I've been always want to do more streaming. I've been, if you know a streamer who just wants me, like
I mean, I want you. I want you bad.
Yeah, but I'm already here.
Oh, yeah,
So
okay.
you already have me in
Thanks.
your loving arms and embrace. I'm talking about some other lover
Oh,
that I
yeah.
can be with. You know, I just love streaming and I love gaming and I love being around amongst friends. Anyways, my point is that you don't care about that. Let's see, you can find me in
Podcast. Your podcast.
yeah, I do Loot and Dagger,
Mhm.
and also Stellar Arcanum, and also, by the way, one of the best DMs on the planet is Dot.
Oh
And
yeah,
she
100%.
She proved that in North by Northwest by
Thanks, Graham.
by yeah.
By
She's
having
also-
amazing people at the table like you.
If you haven't noticed already, I absolutely love Chelsea. She is one of the my ride or die friends. I love her to death, and she is amazing. So check her out anywhere she is. She's gonna promote herself pretty soon here. But
Not anymore. I'm gonna promote you.
oh shit, shut up. So my point is
snap.
that's what I do. I do some nerdtainment shit, and it's out there. So my burning question is this is a breaking point for Tango.
Mhm.
All roads crumble in this moment, and he is so dramatic that this is the perfect time for him to end his life in a blaze of glory for a person that loves herself more than they may love him in his mind.
Although her
there
song
was
said otherwise.
exactly, which was why there's such a turning point.
Mm-hmm.
He knows where, because I believe he was there with Oscar hiding sandwiches along with the guns. He knows where guns are,
And sandwiches.
And he also sees it's Crazy Pete, and he knows this isn't legit. This is not a legit Nazi takeover. So
they are legit. It's just they're super illegit. They're too legit to quit, is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, the problem is, I don't even think the real Nazis would arrest them.
They would not.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they can shoot them without worry.
Oh, I don't know if that's true. Because
nope, that's what he's going to do. He's going to shoot them without worry. Is my point. So the burning question is, will Tango die next session? Because if no one backs up Tango, he's definitely going to shoot them and might die. And if that's the way it happens, then welcome in the next person. And I appreciate all your, everything.
Ooh.
So go on to the next person, please.
But you didn't give love to somebody.
Oh, right. I'm so sorry.
Give love to somebody.
My love is going to actually be with, I'm going to go with Sylvie, doing her best to pretend to be friends with her old frenemy.
Yeah. Who's around, by the way? She's still around.
Who's around? Yeah. So I think that was just a great role play session where it's just her meeting her past and trying to be so nice, even though Sylvie does not have the voice to be nice.
Hey, I'm going to just say this.
The nicest.
I'm just going to say that if, this group of totally legit Gestapo, French Gestapo, if they come into this club and bad things happen to you all, then Charlotte Dubois can just take over.
Well, Charlotte Dubois might be shot in crossfire right now.
Body.
By the way,
that's right. Agreed.
Is she not here in this raid?
She's not in this raid right here.
Damn it!
Doesn't mean she's not around or just waiting on the word.
Just need to call her and be like, "Hey, can you come over for a second?"
Because she's probably in cahoots with Pete, motherfucking Pete.
Sorry, that's not true. She's in cahoots with other people in the same organization, though. She's in cahoots with like the bigger boss, but that's cool, right? I mean, Sylvie knows that. She knows that they've been seen together.
And by the way, I did have a heart out, so I love every one of you, including the cast, because usually after this we talk about how much we love each other. Love you guys
we can
so
say that
much.
now.
Just for hours.
Yes.
Yeah. So I also love each and every one of you in chat, and it's been wonderful, a wonderful night. So have a good night. I have to go, unfortunately.
Bye.
Ciao. I'm looking for a thing substream. City of Light and Shadow. Give me a second. 3 RP. Boom. Pow. I got it. I got it all set up. Since we were talking about since he gave some love to Sylvie, Fox, who are you? What do you do? Give some love to somebody, and then also tell us your burning question for next week.
Yes. Hello, I'm Rocket Fox. I am about in the most unexpected of places, but if you look up Rocket Fox anywhere, I'll be there. And I guess it's not. Well, it's still fairly recently. I too started a podcast. It's about strange things. So if you like strange things, you should check it out. It's called Fantastically Strange. It's on all the places. But yeah, a thing of love. I like everyone all of the time. And I say that, but it continues to be true. However, I really liked what Regina did at the party, pretty much start to finish. I loved how uncomfortable she was and just how increasingly uncomfortable she became. And it's not that I delight in someone's discomfort, but it was so very, not just that, but, and this is kind of a parallel to the RP itself, but just the description of these photographs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that artistic sense of like how these photographs would have been taken and what they would have looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And just, I could picture them. And I was like, yes, I can see exactly what's being said here. And as an artist, you know, not a photographer, but as an artist and an appreciator of art, I was like, yeah, this is good. This is some solid work that I'm mind seeing right now. Like I definitely would check this out in a gallery, you know, and being able to just like have that there, I thought was really fantastic and very vivid. You know, so all of that I thought was extremely just lush and pleasantly visceral. And yeah, I just also just, Oscar, we're going to make you do something embarrassing one of these days, and it's going to be great. And I'm going to feel horrible about it, but it's going to be great. But yeah, just continues to amaze. But I also have to say too, just all of the NPC RP has been just completely on point. All of the time, but also just, there was so much of it tonight that was just all really engaging. So have to throw a lot in that direction as well. Oh, burning question. Well, I slightly have a plan, and that's not like Sylvie. So will it end in a hail of gunfire? I guess that's my question. Is there going to be a way to stop that? That's question part 2. So that's really it.
I will say, for the record, how initiative works in Fate Condensed is that it's the popcorn initiative, where the person who most logically goes first, and they choose who goes next. And because of the way that it has happened, the way that the evening happened, that 2 of you were outside of the bar, where the others, if you were all in the bar, then the French Gestapo would have gone first because they would have broken in. But because 2 of you were outside of the bar and saw them first, that means that you 2, Oscar and Dot, get to go before they get to take their actions. Like, they're going to be in the bar, but you all get to go first because you 2 were outside of the bar, right? Because you basically got the advance notice that the other people did not get. So just note that that is a thing.
I love and trust both of you with my life.
So what is your burning question, Fox? I like to write these things down so I can know.
Yeah, will we be able to, in the bar, avoid a hail of bullets? Like a hail and hail of bullets. Will that be avoidable?
I don't know.
Is my I'm not asking you right now. I'm just...
Well, I think you need to ask Tango.
Well, listen, like, we'll...
Let's toss it over. Let's toss it over to Oscar, my Oscar. Oscar on the Roof, Oscar, which is like Fiddler on the Roof, but a little bit different. Oscar, who has his ex-boyfriend inside of the bar at the moment. Oscar, my Oscar. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love to someone, and then tell me what your burning question is.
My name is Greg, Grimjack21502. I am not on social media at all, but you can find me over on the Discord. I pop into our little chat room for City of Light and Shadow. So, jump over there and we'll talk about fun stuff. My burning question is, I'll give love at the end. My burning question is this: can 6 assholes outside of Bricktops stand up against 2 paranoid and focused, tactically driven Germans? And I'm going to answer it right now.
Probably not. They are underprepared for us. Yeah, they think that. Yeah, I was very much like, oh, we're gonna the Oscars here now. Like, Regina for the first time ever is like, oh, I got another soldier on my team.
We're gonna tear through these assholes. Yeah,
it's gonna be great.
My other question is, will I finally get to use the following stunt? One-man show. Can fight multiple combatants with a bonus. I think I might be able to.
Yeah, that is a stunt that he has. That is a stunt that he has. Because he's trained to be a, how do you say this? He's a Gestapo special agent who mows through people is what he does. That is his.
I was gonna say,
your
I just
lucky
look
night,
forward
we
to
got some
finally
people
breaking out a gun.
Yeah.
My top skill right now is I'm just ready to shoot some people.
You have shot some people before. It was a little different, but you did.
Yeah, but that was really planted at close range.
It's true.
This is just.
This is gonna be it's gonna be a. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were talking about Atomic Blonde earlier.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's watch more of that and prepare.
Yeah, watch more of that.
Yeah. This is John Wick. John Wick is Atomic Blonde.
For the record, it's important to note that these, you know how like the magic number is what 642 is 12 plus 3 is 15. So the magic number is 16 to take out a person who's like a full huge person,
Exactly.
like y'all.
But
these are not those people.
Right. I figured that, and also I remember I got a +3 for my machine gun.
Yes.
I'm looking to get around a +8 for the truck that blows up.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm joking. We'll see.
No, but
I mean,
it's a level up explosion, so you certainly would be getting like a +5 for that.
Yeah.
An explosion's like because it's like when you
I was gonna slash their tires and take their trucks. I was gonna take one of them and go hide.
Well,
How much more art we can move around?
That's what was my plan. We're gonna need to move all this art, so I was gonna take one of their trucks.
That's true.
We could still do that, but
Yeah.
If Tango hadn't had the conversation earlier with Oscar about back me up, protect, help me if something like this happens, he probably would have just done some type of sabotage and made sure everybody's okay. But no, now he's going to go in guns ablaze. We aren't in the sabotage business. We're in the French Gestapo killing business. And next week business is a booming.
You'll want the demolition skill, my friend. Demolition skill.
I was about to say, I don't think either of us have I don't have demolition.
But remember, you also do have a milestone at the end of this episode where you can swap a skill.
Yeah, I've already done it.
You're like, I'm working on it. So give some love.
My love is easy. The song was amazing.
Yeah.
It was just that's my first time experiencing it.
Oh, that's right. You haven't experienced it this season. Oh,
that's right. So I was completely blown away. And then my other equal love for Dot's spot on RP of being able to describe the pictures.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's masterclass stuff. Yeah. And I want the picture of the shoe and the foot. Like I want that. I want to hang that there so I can look at that.
Because I imagine awesome. Like the thing is I'm seeing it. Like I'm thinking about like really sort of like a 20s photo collage, like photo montage. There's this really great artist, this woman who was a German woman from that time period who did this really cool photo montage stuff. And her name has just escaped my mind because I'm the worst. But she would like do these really cool kind of multiple exposure things. And I can totally see like these, in my mind, I see these like, kind of like a close up of these two super high polished shoes and this sort of bag that is not like, that's kind of like a burlap or kind of like a rough bag, like on the side next to them. And then the dancer's feet sort of then like imposed over, probably just like with a slight curve, like for a movement, like
you can
just
see the arch.
Yeah.
You can see the arch of the foot.
Yeah, I totally see it. I was like, I
see it too.
Yeah, I saw all that art. I was like, oh my gosh, so good. You know what this means? Dot, it's you.
My turn. Hi, gang. I'm Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I roll dice and I play games and I tell stories with cool people like these folk. Okay, love. I have so much love to give tonight. I can't decide if Regina needed Tango's pep talk or not. So I want to give a little love to James, even though he's not here, because he had this full-on breakdown with Oscar and then comes in and is like, get it together, Regina, have some fun. And like there was something about it that was so jarring for Regina and the mass anxiety that she was having. So without repeating all the other amazing moments, of course, every time Sylvie sings, right? Regina didn't get to hear this one, but
that's because you're getting the heads up that there's a raid happening, so that's
right. So I guess Regina can pass this time, but
so much appreciation though, so much appreciation.
Yeah, I want to give some love to Trooper. having Rosa Vlad as a character is one makes my little dot heart pitter patter because I'm a fangirl, but a character that is so parallel to Regina, she needed that person at the end of this crazy ass business to like ground her in the moment, be like, oh yeah, this is why we're doing this. Like all this hubbub, all the partying is for them, but this is why we do this. And man, that's powerful stuff there, Trooper. I see you. Thank you. Yeah. Burning question though. Oh my God. Okay. Oh God.
And Greg didn't give us his burning questions. We're gonna come back to that one.
Oh, Greg.
Yes, thank you, Coldrick. Thank you. It's Hannah Roth. Hannah Roth is this amazing photo montage artist from the 1920s. She's amazing. You should go see her art.
I'll have to go check that out. So I am Regina. I have so many questions. Okay, I think right now. Okay, we're gonna ignore the situation we left off there. Okay,
the big explosive situation,
right? That in and itself is its own problem that has a lot of burning questions.
Burning, yeah. The burning hasn't happened yet, but it will. But
it will. I'm really interested to see. I'm actually really interested in Oscar. I'm really interested to see where Oscar is gonna go, how far he's gonna go before he really tells the group that he's Gestapo. And here's the thing. I have a feeling that after this combat, Regina's gonna know. Like, if she didn't know, she's gonna know. She's gonna. Because there's nothing that gives a person away but a good fight. Like, you know a person when you fight with them or against them. Because you learn everything that you need to know about a person in a fight. And Regina's gonna be like,
you're not an average soldier who's
you're not a German. I know German soldiers, and then I know well-trained military agents, because it's like looking in a mirror. So you can't lie to me. So that I think so my burning question is how far can it go before either it leaks or Oscar, what is the breaking point for Oscar to like tell the group, and will there be one? Like, so I have a burning question around that truth there, because I think it's a really interesting thing, because I think he's carrying that burden. Like, I know Regina carries a lot of burden, so I can see it on Oscar, and I can see that he bears the burden of like wearing that badge and the shame possibly that comes along with that, especially now. So I think it's I just think that's really it's burning.
I'm gonna just say that's such a really perceptive comment that you made, because here's the thing. Theoretically, he's like it's 41. You were in college in like 33, so you're like a early 30s sergeant in the army, which says you're kind of a, pardon my language, a screw up. But when this happens, what's going to happen next session, which I think will involve some murder, that's not going to look like an early 30s sergeant. It's just not going to look like that. And
See, there was no hiding it, because he already knew who Regina was.
Yeah, that's right.
So she just, like, he hinted at some stuff, but he's not like come out and said it, and now he's gonna just show it. And so I think it's just gonna be I'll tell you this, it'll be an interesting bonding moment.
They know each other's language, though. I mean,
and that's the language of violence. It's a language of murder.
Absolutely.
Greg, you didn't tell us your burning question.
Oh, yeah, I did. My burning question was, can 6 assholes up front stand up against 2 Germans with a grudge and a tactical mind? So, no. I mean, the burning question is this, and I'll leave it and throw it back to you, my fantastic GM. Does Tango die?
That's a good question.
Yep.
Here's
the thing. Well,
some of that's up to him.
I got burning questions around that, which is like, does Tango really want to die?
That's right.
I don't think Tango really wants to. Well, okay, this is all too bad we don't have an after show, because let me tell you guys, I have feels about where Tango's at, and like I see his struggle.
Yeah.
But so much of it is because he doesn't. Well, I feel like it's because he doesn't love and trust himself.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot of judgment. And that's why he needs a dude's day out.
Yeah.
Why he needs this voice in his head to cope. Like, he needs to learn to believe in himself and find a little bit of his like own footing.
Yeah. And I think it's because I don't think he liked who he was. I mean, he was a con man for a really long time that just conned people and only joined up the resistance because he sort of had to. And he starts having these feelings, right, about having feelings and actually liking people and becoming a different person. But there are all these things that keep trying to seduce him back into this other life.
He has the Han Solo complex.
Yeah. And I also don't know.
Like, I'm the bad guy.
Yeah.
And it's like, but you're really not. You're kind of a softie that runs around with a giant fur ball. So like, you're not really kidding anyone.
But, I actually think it might be also a little bit more that he wants to be this other person, but the other person's a person who has friends and has love, but he doesn't know if other people love him. Right? Because like, how can he change to be this person that he feels like he can be if there's nobody there, right? Like, if at the end of this war, if Sylvie doesn't love him, if none of you are actually his friends, if none of you care about him, then all these changes he's making, what's the point of them? He could just go back to being a con man because at least Sigmund will be there for him, right? Like, and I think that there's like a real struggle. Will Sigmund be really? Is like another question altogether.
Sigmund's a dead man. He won't make it out of this war.
Sigmund is hoping that Sigmund's like, hey.
Slime survives almost anything.
Yes. Sigmund's like, hey, there's chaos. I can make a lot of money. This is awesome. By selling things stolen from victims of genocide. This seems great. Because he's not a person with morals. That'll be a thing. So, oh my gosh. So this was great. I want to say that it's always a joy gymming this crew. I will note, just for the record, next week is our last group episode before Regina's solo, as a matter of fact. So we're going to be dealing with all of this and whatever fallout. And then Regina's going to have a little bit of time to do some stuff. And
I don't know what that is, y'all. I genuinely don't know what that is.
That's because you have to find out what happens next week first, I think. So what I think, that we're going to get our Regina solo episode. The last time she had a solo episode, she killed her dad. So who knows what will happen next time.
He raises him from the dead.
But I saved Luke.
You did save Luke.
I saved Luke
and
killed my dad.
That is true. You saved Luke. And yeah, it was amazing. So, and then, look, shockingly, we only have 3 more episodes after that. We only have 5 episodes left before this season is over. I know. Yeah. And a lot of things are coming to a head.
Yeah, we still have a lot of shit, like so much stuff, y'all. I have a whole notebook full of things we have yet to do anything.
We haven't done anything that our German handler wants us to do.
You have not. And that might be a problem. That might be a problem.
Okay,
she has done around. That is her own problem.
Well, she has been a super ghosty, but I'm working on it. I worked really hard over that 2 weeks of information, and we will get there. We will get there.
I will say, she did ask you to do this sooner rather than later. She needs that done. And the longer it's not done, the worse it is for her.
Regina needs a real fresh cup of coffee and somebody to give her a good leg. But we can't always get what we want.
But sometimes you get what you need. But, I don't, and sometimes what you need is a raid on your club. And
I don't know that I agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like we're maybe on different pages.
Oh, bummer. So I want to thank you. I'm Trooper SJP. You can find me right here on this channel for this RP every week on Fridays, 7 p.m. of course. Come back next time. You can also find me tomorrow, which is Saturday at 8 p.m. over at Praxagora the Smophoria for the Regiment, where I play a person who's a little bit stiff and does not have upper class manners, but is in an upper class party, and that's no good. You can find me on Monday. This is important. Monday, 3 p.m. over at Encounter Roleplay. I'll be in For the North, a Game of Thrones RPG, and then at 6-ish over at Little Red Dots, because my show ends at 6. I'm going to immediately jump over, see if I can get some cat ears before then. And I'm going to be playing over at Little Red Dots. Sorry, just got excited. Secret of Cats, and which is a Fate game, and so I get to be a player in a Fate game real soon on Monday.
What is this? I love this.
Yes.
This is a Fate-based RPG where you play magical cats, where you take care of humans. So you're like magical, and they think you're mundane, like little kitty cats, but you're actually taking care of your humans. Yeah, I'm obsessed with it. There's like ravens and rats and all kinds of different creatures you can play with. There's like a whole.
I have 2 of 3 of those things.
You're gonna love this game. I love this game.
And I get to be a Fate player, which is exciting because I don't get to be a player very often. But then, I get to be one, so that's exciting. And then you can find me on that's Monday. Do we have Witcher on Wednesday? So not this week, but I think maybe the week after. Witcher's going to be coming back, GM'd by Greg, who's amazing. And then we're back around to where we're at. I don't think I've missed anything. I think I've got it all. So I think that's it. So everyone, take care of yourselves. Keep that song in your heart. And just remember, our team has been running around preparing for things. Our communists have been sabotaging radio towers and drawing some attention to themselves. And I'm gonna put up a poll for you for what you want the communists to do next time. And we will catch you in a week. So take care of yourselves, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everyone.